No, good morning and welcome, everyone. This is the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. It is a 9-member committee appointed by the governor to review and all documentation for state of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program policy and budget. At this point, I'd like to ask members of the committee to introduce themselves. Gwen.
Hi, I'm Gwen Trice and I'm from Enterprise, Oregon.
Good morning, Matt Dietrich with the Oregon Military Department.
Cassie Rippey, I'm from Salem.
Gregory Shine.
Jacqueline Chung from the Dalles. Sarah Monroe from Portland.
And Steve Mark from Fort Clement. And now for the staff to introduce themselves.
Val Ballstrom, SHPO.
Chrissy Gordon, Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
My name is Ian Johnson. I'm the Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
And my name is Caitlin Abram. I'm the National Registry Member.
And in the audience, we have John Pauly, who's our state archaeologist, who'll be giving a presentation later this morning.
Oh, most important thing, the restrooms are across the hall, if you haven't heard already. And any, if attendees would like to sign in, especially if you'd like to speak, I know there's only 3 of you, right? So anyway, guess we'll welcome new members, both Matt and Sarah, and I'll let you introduce yourselves in terms of your background and interests in the committee.
Oh, thanks. Matt Dietrich. I'm the Cultural Resource Manager with the Oregon Military Department, Eugene, Oregon. I'm an archaeologist by training, but with my job at the OMD, I have experience with built environment too. So really glad to be here. Looking forward to doing my part to help preserve some of Oregon's important places.
Welcome.
Thanks.
My name is Sarah Monroe, and I wrote the multiple property documentation form for the PWA, Public Works Administration projects, and Works Progress Administration, the WPA projects in Oregon several years ago during COVID. And I've also been very active with Friends of Timberline and on the history of Timberline Lodge, which has been a special interest for a long time. And I'm very excited to be on this committee. It's just one of my favorite topics, and I'm looking forward to serving however.
Well, thank you both for agreeing to participate. It's a reminder, I know this was mentioned last time in Astoria, that the next meeting of the SACHP will be the 26th and 27th of June, which is about a week later than what's been the case before, but the Juneteenth holiday is the reason why. So, which works well in my case, that it is a week later. So, let's see. Oh, it'll fall on the 3rd Thursday of June this year. And I'll ask Katie about whether there are any members of the public who have submitted testimony cards to address items on the agenda. There are none. Okay. We'll move on to the next point of business. Since there aren't any, we don't have to deal with the formalities of speakers from the public, at least at this point in the meeting. And so the next item is approval of minutes from the previous meeting in October. Any discussion about the minutes? You found them?
None for me.
No additions, no. So, I think it's time to entertain a motion about whether to approve the minutes as written.
I move to approve the meeting minutes from for the date from October, from our last meeting, as written. Second.
Any discussion before we take a vote? We have to do it by roll call. That's a new thing in the committee, so. I guess I will ask, members just moving right to left, starting with Gwen,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
Kathy.
Aye.
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Jackie. Sarah, and, I, Steve.
Do make sure, and then I'm just, from that perspective, putting that is because we're online and recordings and whatnot, so be sure to say your name and then your vote. So each time it's gonna take, it'll be secondhand after we've done it a few times, so.
Noted.
Okay, so, first up, are the updates from the deputy SHPO and the associate deputy SHPO. Yeah. Oh, February, yes. I have it in front of you. Okay. Yeah, I know we've all looked at this, in preparation for the meeting, but, any, additions or discussion about, added pieces or subtraction? Well,
I move that we accept the February agenda for today.
and roll call vote, again, starting with
Gwen Trice. Aye.
Matt Dietrich, aye.
Cassie Rippey. Aye.
Gregory Shine, aye.
Jacqueline Chen, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
Steve Mark, aye. So, approved. Okay, now for the, starting with the deputy SHPO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have quite a few updates, to share with you. If you've been, reading the news, nobody would blame you if you haven't been, so I will go ahead and update you. That there was a federal funding freeze. It was rescinded, but it clearly was targeting DEI initiatives and also clean energy projects under the Inflation Reduction Act. So that's where that's sort of where they're seeing it focused. We don't really know yet how it's going to impact federal grants, and we have a few that it might impact that we administer through the SHPO. So stay tuned for more of that. We actually had our, we're funded 60% by the Historic Preservation Fund, which is federal money. And our funds were frozen for several days. We do have access to them now. The National Park Service has not issued any guidance about our pass-through grants through them. Curry Gill, who runs our grant programs, is set for a meeting with NPS next week, so we should know more after that. So stay tuned. I'm sure you also know that there have been some dramatic staff firings at the Forest Service. From our perspective, we have colleagues all over the federal agencies. They are our daily partners and colleagues at the Forest Service, the National Park Service, Audit Power, and many more. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, if any of you, don't know, that's actually a council and an agency. So, the acting chair of that council and two other members of the council were asked to resign by the new administration. Two others left, which leaves them without a quorum. They are unable to carry on their business. I wanna say out loud, that we stand in support and solidarity and outrage, with our federal colleagues. Our state programs are stable, and we will, it's status quo unless we hear otherwise. And we certainly will be, leading out with any additional information that we get, on our website and all our other, social media that, coming from Heritage Division. There's also been so these are all, there's obviously a slew of executive orders that have come out. So I'm focusing on the ones that have impacts or potential impacts to the business that we do. And a national energy emergency was declared, which means that agencies are able to use, from our perspective, emergency clause provisions in existing programmatics agreement, or in section 106 for energy projects. And that definition is very, very broad. And, so it's an attempt to streamline, for your information, section 106 regulations, 36 CFR 800, their emergency clause, lets SHPOs have 7 days to and TIPOs 7 days to respond to program, to projects. So that's, obviously, agencies don't have to do that, but, some already have. And, so obviously the impacts of that are not completely known. The potential for, diminishing consultation and, workarounds is high. So stay tuned for that. And that's the same case with the establishment of the National Energy Dominance Council. That is their job, to find ways to, limit consultation and seek, circumvention of environmental. We'll see what happens there. Any questions so far? Because there's more.
I have a question also that you haven't gotten to yet.
Okay, I will keep going. The National Park Service has, an acting director right now, Jessica Bowron. She is a career NPS. She used to be their comptroller. We don't know if she'll be the, actual director or not at this time. Charles Sams, our own, Charles Sams, who obviously is not the NPS director anymore. He was just confirmed, by the governor's office to, with an appointment to the Pacific Northwest Electric Power and Conservation Council. That is a mouthful. So he is still in public service. Now he's back in Oregon. There is a new, Secretary of Interior, Doug Bergen. Let's see. So those are the main points from the federal side. I wanted to mention if there's any questions.
Well, so I do have a question about another piece of news that's related to some federal action. I don't know if you saw, over the weekend, early this week, the new administration voided the eligibility determination for historic district in Louisiana to move forward a project in that area. And I guess my question, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this question. I'm not sure if I'm even gonna be able to do it. what does that mean? What now? What?
Well, I'd have to read about it. I'm not sure.
I'll forward you the article and we can talk about it.
Yeah,
Because I-
honestly, it's,
yeah, I've just never seen anything like this.
right,
before. I just-
yeah, same here. So it's, obviously, you know, these federal programs have always worked in concert with states. So, I'm not sure how this is gonna play out. And it will be also, there will be some, you know, states have different laws around their own administration of the National Register program and other federal programs, so, and there will be lawsuits and such, so I think we're all in a stay tuned sort of, you know, people are popping up with these things that are happening in locally, that we need to be very careful about and watch closely. That brings me to a couple of House bills, in our own state legislature that I wanted to talk about. House Bill 3190 is a reauthorization of our special assessment for historic properties program. Commercial only is sort of the biggest change to this legislation versus, others in the past. We have I say we, this is not an agency bill. This is a bill that Restore Oregon is leading out on, but the SHPO is providing technical assistance, education, and, yeah, I said that, and recommendations, as is our role as the administrator of that program at the state level. So, kudos to Restore Oregon, for the advocacy work they've done on that. House Bill 2138 is a bill that expands middle housing in the state. The bill has only one piece that has something to do with us, but it's a biggie. And it was a special interest insert, from our friends in the Eastmoreland Historic District, which seems to be a gift that keeps on giving. And it calls for eliminating demolition review for houses that are contributing to historic districts that do not have a local conservation district overlay, which in my calculations applies to maybe one district in the state that it would not. So, we need to watch that carefully. Obviously, our role, we can't support or, work against a bill. So we provide, again, the education and technical assistance and recommendations for folks who are trying to make, the best decisions that they can. Any questions about those two bills? Okay. I will be attending the National Conference of SHPO's annual all members meeting in Washington DC in a couple of weeks, and I will have more information about different local initiatives, statewide initiatives that are coming up that may portend a broader application. So I'm looking forward to learning more about those things and what we might have in place to deal with them. And the last point is kind of personal. I'm retiring on June 30th. From 25 and a half years at the State Historic Preservation Office. So I had a full circle moment yesterday at the Bonneville Power Salem substation. I wrote my thesis on the master grid substations built by BPA between 1939 and 1945. And there we were seeing the first one in Oregon nominated to the National Register with a couple of folks who were there at the beginning, 20 plus years ago, as we sat down and tried to sort out. They brought in a dog-eared copy of my thesis, and it was so exciting to know it was being used. And here we are. So that means next SACHP will be my last one. I will not be leaving, this field. It's what I do. It's in my blood. It'll just take a different, appearance. I'm not sure what. That's all I have. All I have, my friend.
I'll continue, but I won't. Just a few things for all of you. So every year we provide a brief update to the Oregon Parks Commission about kind of, what we've done in the previous year under our restoration plan, which we just published a new plan last year. We talked about it a couple meetings ago. There's paper copies, it's available online, but it's a 10-year plan, and I'm not gonna go through everything we did. That's a hour-long staff presentation. I'm just gonna get some quick highlights for all of you. If there's any questions, I can kind of follow up on that, but, a lot of these numbers just kind of give you a sense of the volume we put through the office. And this is completed work, not necessarily applications that don't go through completion. So we issued 256 archaeological permits, commented on over 2,000 development projects, and signed 15 MOAs and 5 PAs. We did surveys on 165,000 acres while that's submitted to us, and documented over 1,100 properties. We listed 14 properties in the National Register, awarded over $660,000 in grants for historic cemeteries, museums, historic property archaeological projects, and federal pass-through funds to certified local governments. We partnered with the State Library, where we are today, and State Archives to host the Oregon Scenic Images Collection online that made over 60,000 photos of Oregon's natural built environment available on Northwest Digital Heritage. If you haven't seen that, that is a great way to spend your lunch hour. To go there and look at all the different digitized collections and photos and whatnot. You might actually be able to use it for work too, but it's a great resource. It's getting close to, and it should have actually already surpassed 1 million records this month. So it's been growing quite quickly. We released some reports, including the 2024 Oregon Heritage Vitality Study Report, Oregon Women's Labor History Context, and report on addressing harmful content in collections, that would be museum collections. We hosted the 2024 Oregon Heritage Conference in Forest Grove. That was the first in-person conference of that particular conference since 2018. We also offered workshops across the state on collection care basics. And Coos Bay was designated as a Heritage All-Star Community, and we recognize Portland Saturday Market as an Oregon Heritage Tradition. Those are some of our stateside programs. So just kind of a quick highlight of kind of what we're doing across all of our various programs. Of course, there's a lot more, and you can get a sense of what we're planning to do in the Oregon preservation plan. Any questions on any of that, or? All right, wonderful. And then just kind of let you know what happens after here when you guys approve nominations. So we've listed, I believe, all of the ones that they saw that. Yep, so they're all listed. We've got the Hughes Flying Boat, the Spruce Goose relisted, which was a lift. Thank you, Chrissy, for doing that. There's a general prohibition on listing museum objects, and they were really kind of pushing back on relisting the Spruce Goose, the Hughes Flying Boat, because it is in a museum setting and generally would make it ineligible for listing. However, we made the case that it is, Chrissy made the case that it was primarily significant as a test bed for different technology. The fact that it was constructed and used, it only flew once and not for very long. Made that case, and also made the case of the museum in that it's designed to look like a hangar. And given where it was listed previously, it was basically in a museum setting that it should be listed again. And they chose to do that, but wrote a very long memo about why that was a very special case. So they wanted to make sure kind of, yeah, don't try this again. So, but in any case, we did make that argument, and it's backlisted in the National Register as it should be. The Lee Jonick House was listed, that's in Medford, as an example of MPS rustic Cascadian architecture used for private residence. The McLean House, if you recall, is in West Lynn, associated with the development of the Physicians Association of Clackamas County, which is a very early prepaid healthcare organization that was designed to serve mill workers and their families in the county during the Great Depression. The Burks Belushi House was listed under criteria work of a master. And then the Juniper House in Portland was listed as significant for the first end-of-life care home, specifically for people with HIV and AIDS. So all of those were listed. So he's done a nice job of moving those along within the time period through. It usually takes, we have about 90 days after this meeting to get to the Park Service And then usually, assuming there's no problems, sits there for about 40 to 45 days before they make the announcement. So these went through particularly quick. Oh, and then let's see, we have one pending delisting for the Rogue River Valley Grange Hall and Grange Pass. That burned in 2012, and we just recently kind of came across it in our records. A lot of times when we're doing our work, we'll find a building is raised. It's important to keep those records up, especially with emergency management. We don't want first responders looking for buildings that don't exist or slowing down FEMA dispersal when they're trying to find buildings, again, that haven't existed. So we do that as we are able. Generally, staff are going, when the building is raised, that's a staff level thing, but we do keep them informed of that. But announce those here. If the building is damaged to the extent that there's still nothing extant, but we believe it may need to be listed, if someone wants to delist it, we would bring it to you and you have to make a decision. But in this case, where the building simply doesn't exist, we just take it off. Many years ago, the community said, please stop bringing us this sad list of buildings we have to remove. We were doing a cleanup at the time. All right. We move on to the next part there. I think I have.
Of course, yeah, the next item on the agenda is committee's procedural.
All right, perfect. We have the. And I should say, we were gonna, Katie, have to go ahead and catch up. Look at the presentation that I had not given. So if you were with us in October, Katie did a presentation walking through the National Register form and how we evaluate those and whatnot. And you had a lot of good questions. So we didn't get to this last slide here, which is just some basic public meeting tips. I'm just running through it real quick. We have a lot of committee members. Many of you served on committees and commissions, and of course, every group kind of forms its own norms, which we'll be talking about the procedures just a little bit. But based on our experiences with many commissions we run in this particular group, just the kind of things to think about as you do your work. And we can discuss this a little bit if you'd like in a couple of minutes, but I tend this to be brief. I think for any group, it's really important to know what role you're in. In this particular group, you are asked to do different things depending on what you're doing. You'd be asked to approve something. You'd be asked to simply make a recommendation or. So for example, when we bring forward the heritage grants, you're being asked to approve that, make a decision, but in that register, you're making a recommendation. So we'll always make clear kind of what you're being asked to do, whether motion is required. Indicates that on your agenda, but it's really important, whatever you're doing, so you can kind of couch what you're doing and questions you ask and, okay, what am I exactly being asked to do? It's always, of course, important to maintain good order. It helps everyone understand, especially in the audience and online, kind of what's happening and follow the direction. We always ask that the chair lead those discussions. We're not doing training on it today, but we do episodically on conflict of interest and how to do that. It's really important to declare conflict of interest when it's called for. Part of the maintaining good order, you don't want to feel trapped when something happens or try to bail out in the middle and it's pretty chaotic. But you would always contact us beforehand and tell you. And it's also, you know, I think the other thing too is while we would always encourage good questioning and engaging the public during the testimony periods about asking questions, not necessarily engaging in discussion. And when you get into your deliberations, it's just you as a group. You do have the option to open it again for public comment if you kind of feel like you've painted yourself into the gift stuff. That's fine, but there's a process you would have to chair to do that to kind of open that back up. So that's kind of, you know, it's the formality of commission meetings. It's important to be active, engaged in discussions. And I know you all are, but no one lives in your head. You know, so you have to kind of, you know, demonstrate that. Really, the best way to do it is just comment out loud, you know, clearly explain your assessments, actively elicit, acknowledge relevant testimony. Well, I would encourage everyone to say something every single time and just repeat. But if there's an opportunity, you know, to say that I agree with so-and-so because of, or looking at testimony I see, it shows that you're engaged, even if you believe everything's been said. Because otherwise, a comment like no comment, it's kind of zero information, if that makes sense. And also demonstrate to your fellow commission members that you're building towards some kind of consensus, which can be very, very useful. Kind of gives the direction where things are going. It's very disconcerting to staff and probably your fellow commission members when it looks like the group is building towards some kind of decision, and then you take a vote and one person goes to everyone else. It's like, I don't know, I've been on commissions like, what did I miss? Like, like I respect this person, they're intelligent. What are they seeing that I'm not? So I would encourage you is, you're all here for your expertise. If you don't agree, please put it out there. So you might swing everybody. You might point out the thing that everyone else missed. You'll all have different backgrounds, and that's why you're selected on the committee. So make sure that you speak up. Of course, you might also go down 8-1, but I mean, it's important to make sure those are. So this last piece makes clear. Oh, actually, staff are here with that our role here. So Chrissy and I kind of serve as non-voting members and engage in the conversation. But we're here to provide technical assistance. So if you have questions about like what the National Register Bulletin may or may not say, you have questions about how the nomination process came together, you do that during Katie's meetings. Of course, you'll see us try to keep you on track as far as procedure, making motions and other kinds of things to make sure that we're there. We don't expect you to be experts in that. We're kind of paying attention and watching things. It's perfectly okay to reach out and ask us a question. If for whatever reason we're not allowed to answer that, or it's not appropriate for us to answer, we'll just leave. So kind of go that way. And then make clear defensible recommendations. This is true for anything you're going to decide. We're going to kind of focus on National Register nominations because that's the majority of the business that you do. It's important to point out that when you are considering National Register nominations, it's not a land use action, even though it has land use implications. In Oregon, our Goal 5 rule ties National Register nomination to review for demolitions and relocations, but that's local land use and not something that the committee has purview over. So it's really important for us not to confuse people by using the language or procedures of quasi-judicial land use hearings or that language. We're separate. We've got our own special little clubhouse language and handshake. That's what we want to go ahead and use while we're here, so that people are really clear on what that is, even though there's a state connection there. As far as we're aware, the state has tied them together. It's important when you are having based discussion on the criteria, and not so much about what that property may have done to the property, like, geez, did you intentionally let that property deteriorate? We're looking at what it is now, or what's your plans in the future. They might share it sometimes. And we have people come through who have got great plans for their building. And that's great. Go ahead and let them speak. But as far as determining whether a property is or is not eligible, we're taking that snapshot in the moment, not what it could be, but what it is at this moment. So, not what they plan to restore, which is hard sometimes, right? It's like, because you see someone here really talking about their plans, we have to let them just a moment. And see, kind of, again, going to everything, it's important when you're in the hearings, if someone's question comes up, like, curious about, could you tell me more about, or concerned about, whatever, those kinds of statements, the conversation sometimes will naturally move away from it, right? You're having a discussion. It's important to circle back and make sure that question is answered, so it's not just kind of flapping in the wind in the end. So chairs will have to go, so-and-so, was your question answered? Yes. Or staff prompt too, Katie's over here apparently taking notes. We'll track that type of thing and say, was that issue resolved? Can we move on, or does that need further discussion? It's really important to bring that together. And then making motions can make them clear and concise will help you if you'd like. We tend not to get involved unless you ask us to, but to put together clear and concise motions. What's it being nominated under? How's it being nominated? What type of conditions you may want to. You don't need to make a list of all periods and comments going down side and all the basic details, but those top level things that you are looking for, it's really important to include that in the motion. And it's perfectly natural to struggle a little bit to putting together a motion. This group has a tradition, I think, of kind of leaning on each other to help construct it. Like, I'll make the motion, but people help me out here. And that's fine. Whoever's making the motion, of course, owns it, as the person seconding it. But it's perfectly okay to kind of, okay, we've been talking now for 15 minutes. How do we pull together all the ideas? How does this come? And then, of course, friendly emotions are always, you can do that. So if somebody misses something in their motion, you can propose a friendly motion, if the person who made it is willing to accept it, then of course you can just add it. So you can kind of build if you need to. So, and again, it's, you know, a lot of you are very new, you'll gel more and more as a group as you kind of see each other do business with each other. So, you know, all I would say, if things feel a little awkward at first, they will certainly keep it out. So that's all I have for that. Any questions? All right, perfect. Everyone's expert. Yes. Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate something I said in October, which is that it's really important for you guys to know you are not a rubber stamp committee. So your recommendation goes to me, and then my recommendation goes to the Park Service. And I may or may not agree with your recommendation. Normally I do, just because it's, you know, but there are occasions when I don't, or when the Park Service doesn't agree with me as I move them forward. So at each step of the way, that's a, we want to know what you think, we value what you're doing here. So if you ever have any questions about that, process, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, committee procedures. So at the June 2024 meeting in Salem.
That's no, we were.
Oh, that's right. I've had enough SACHP meetings here. We just started this group standing here, let's begin. So we had that meeting, I proposed a project to revise our committee procedures, which had been updated since 2011, and they were pretty severely outdated. In fact, they didn't reflect current laws and state rules. So we reviewed the state enabling legislation, state law, and National Register program rules that guide these procedures, and then staff went away and kind of shook them down, revised them. We took them to your October meeting in Astoria. We workshopped them there. We made a couple additional changes. And what we've come up with is a fairly revised document that currently reflects the law from you. So changes are, we include specific citations to federal, state laws and rules for clarity. So where those procedural rules are responding to those, we have those citation. But we did keep it a concise format, referencing the laws rather than repeating them verbatim. That's pretty much useful for no one. So I do link out. We have an expanded preamble that establishing the committee's legal authority, so it's very clear now. And also a good reference for staff also, and knowing kind of where things rest. We've organized in sections, specifically consolidating the provisions for leadership roles, clarifying the duties of the committee and the leadership, hearing procedures and processes not explicitly outlined in the law. Again, procedural rules, if it isn't defined in law or rule, you kind of keep, and it's generally compliant with public meeting laws, you can kind of do whatever you like, you know. So, and again, anything in the procedures here, at some point we decide it's not working, we can revisit. It's a pretty straightforward process of changes. We also included some new language, detailed committee action that you could take in the National Register nominations, which was asked for. And again, those are approved with conditions, denied, or tabled for future review. So those are your things. That was already a rule, but we asked that be brought into the procedures just so it's a little more handy. The rule is not usually something we would have out on our desks because it's incredibly long and detailed, and it's a type of document. It's not really a great reference. So we went and pulled that down into this. So today, what we're asking you all to do is to adopt these by making a motion, and they would become effective for your next meeting. We talked about the review process. We have to announce that we're changing these at a time for the agenda, then you discuss them, and when you make changes, it's always the subsequent meeting that they're effective. It's not fair to change the rules on people the day they show up. So we always operate on the previous rules. So any, you got a copy of any comments or questions on the rules? And again, you can make here in the procedures, you can adopt these as is. You can propose changes and adopt those. If you're making major changes, I would ask that instead of trying to write them here, what we would do is provide staff guidance, and you get this presentation again at the next meeting, where there's no big press to get these done. So I was with that, I will take any questions and then turn it to the chair for your discussion. Okay.
Steve, all right. Thank you. Discussion or, suppose, we did look them over last meeting and, this is speaking as, I guess, today's chair, and I'm assuming Heidi's back next time. I didn't see anything glaring. And I can see the rationale in most of it, so that was my view. You usually know if I have some questions or concerns.
Yes.
Anybody else? General comments or?
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward and readable and well written.
It does sound like there's a process for revising it if we come across something here in the future that is a challenge or a problem.
I thought they were very clear and well organized, and it's really nice to have it so clearly set out in an up-to-date format.
So we've had a chance to go over and through this with you previously, feel more comfortable supporting the document.
Just appreciate the hard work that you guys put into getting this updated.
Yeah, it reads well. When comparing to the other documents similar to this, it falls in line with what I would expect. Being brand new, I don't think I've seen the previous version, so it would have been nice, and it's not an accusation or anything like that, but just for my own personal understanding, it's like, well, what did it used to be? What it is now? So
You and I were still working together with that.
yeah.
In the office.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we'll keep that in mind next time we provide the previous copy.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Are we approving them?
Yeah, you're moving to approve them. Yep, they're your procedures.
Okay, so I move to approve the updated state procedures for the state advisory committee.
I second.
Uncertainty.
Discussion? Motion? All right. Roll call vote.
Gwen Trice, aye.
Matt Dietrich, aye.
Cassie Rippey, aye.
Gregory Shine, aye.
Evelyn Chung, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
Steve Mark, aye.
Thank you all. And again, if we break these real bad in the process of using them, you would just contact staff with your recommendations, and then we would go make those changes, and then you would discuss them in the meeting and adopt the next.
All right, the next item on the agenda, although we talked about a break. Would now it's sort of, we've zoomed 15 minutes. Be a good time for it.
The presentation set up.
Okay, great. John's the next person on the agenda, so.
So when do we want everyone back?
All up and ready to go.
Do you want everyone back at 10 then? Be the, back on the agenda.
Yeah, back on 10.
We need to
Feedback time. Our next item, business is John Foley, giving a presentation on evaluating and nominating archaeological sites to the National Register.
Welcome, John. We're fortunate to have with us today, John Foley, Oregon State. And he'll be giving us a presentation on evaluating and nominating archaeological. The things he's going to be talking about today are informed by his time working with the Confederated Tribes of the Congo and National Register nominations. He's prepared or helped prepare in the district. So John has about a 45-minute presentation, and then we'll have plenty of time at the end for preparing a nomination for review. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. So I'll start by saying that, I knew that, Jackie was on the SACHP, and so I'm kind of inspired by that. This was an archaeological site that she and Eric Gleason worked at, I think in 2007. It was actually my project, but I wasn't out there for it because I was working on another district nomination at the time, and so I was collecting information from that, and we brought in another archaeologist to kind of lead this one, but I did write the nomination for this site as well. And so near the end, it's kind of my case study. You said the base bar, right? Yeah. Just a quick overview of the agenda. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time talking about historic context because that is very important. It's really stressed a lot in a lot of the National Register bulletins. And I think it's very important, not for just evaluating archaeological sites, like for, you may know, like Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, but also for nominating archaeological sites, and there are places in the 10,900 form where you can really add information about that context. And so it's really important. And then we kind of go through the eligible property types and give some archaeology examples for those. And then I'm going to kind of go through applying the National Register criteria with support and justification. I'm going to focus a lot on criterion A. I think a lot of archaeological sites, folks will focus on criterion D, but I really think that criterion A is underutilized. And so I'm going to kind of spend some time on that and do a little bit of a case study from my time at the Congo Confederated Tribes. And then we'll touch on integrity a little bit, and then we're going to go to the 10,900 form, which is just used as an example. I'm going to just kind of go through my understanding of how it should be filled out. So for historic context, this is something that I feel that archaeologists struggle with. Maybe they're getting better at it. I'm not here to bash archaeologists, but because the National Register has the word national in it, a lot of times I'll see that somebody's like, this isn't nationally important. And it's like, well, it can also be important at the state level and the local level. And to me, the local level is community-based. So working for a tribe, they're a community, and a lot of the times that I was nominating archaeological sites there, it was from their perspective. I've worked a lot with tribal members and had access to some really important information that they would collect from elders and things like that. That's just one thing that I think is really important. What level are we talking about? And you know, rule number one about a slideshow presentation: don't use lots of text. Well, you're right, but I'm not going to sit here and read it all. It's mostly just to make the point of how much is in the bulletins regarding historic context and how important. And for this quote here, patterns and trends in history by which a specific occurrence, property, your site is understood and its meaning, and ultimately its significance within history, prehistory, maybe. Now, we don't always use prehistory anymore, we use like pre-context, using direct quotes here. But the part about it making it clear, like, so if an archaeologist is gonna be nominating an archaeological site, they have to do quite a bit of research in that context. They're not just gonna show you some artifacts and go, oh my gosh, these are the coolest artifacts I've ever seen, I'm nominating them to the National Register. You have to have the context of the place, like, I always refer to it as people, place, and activities. Who are the people who were here? What do you know about the place and that context, and what activities were occurring? So this is an example here. I'll talk a little bit about it more later, but I just really like this example. It's from Pete Cadena from the Malheur National Forest. And you don't have to be an archaeologist to understand that there's a pattern here. This is context. You're not looking at each of these archaeological sites individually here. You look at them as a group and also the plant communities that are around them. And there are connections to why those archaeological sites are there related to those plants. But I want to spend too much time on it, I'm going to come back. Bulletin 15 goes on to say that it's important that resources, properties, or happenings in history do not occur in a vacuum, but rather larger trends or patterns. When I was doing archaeological field work, when I would find a new site, I was doing a survey, or if I was updating a site, for condition or whatever, and I'm not trying to be too corny or whatever, but this thought would always go through my head, especially if I wasn't like, I don't know, village site or something, but the people who were here, doing activities at this place, where did they wake up that morning? Like, they, whether it was there, maybe they did wake up there. But if not, they were somewhere else and they got there. And then you have to really start thinking about that context of all the other archaeological sites that may or may not be known in the area, place names, information from tribes as far as like resources that were in the area. That's all important. And then you can kind of understand why people may have been there. And sometimes that can even help you understand the time of year that they might have been there, depending on what was available. So, this is from Bulletin 16A. This is the one that tells you how to fill out the National Register nomination form. But I like the part where it says, they're organized by theme, place, and time, and they link properties to trends. But did they provide a framework for determining the significance of a property and its eligibility for the National Register? So sometimes in the compliance world, we'll just get, well, this archaeological site doesn't have intact strata, and therefore it can't tell us anything important, so it's not eligible. And I have to be honest, that drives me crazy a little bit, especially because all these sites I'm nominating, that I don't even talk about all of them, but the ones I was nominating are in a reservoir. They're inundated 95% of the year. So it is possible to do that. And it's not necessarily about intact strata, which I admit is really cool because it can provide important information, but it's not the only thing you need to help with National Register nominations. Historic context serves as the foundation for decisions about the identification, evaluation, registration, and treatment of historic property. This is bulletin 16B, the multiple property document bulletin, and so it's kind of that's for
Someone needs.
That was me, don't.
okay. For multiple property documents, that's kind of thematic for creating these things. But the one thing that I find really interesting here in this statement, which I totally agree with, is the identification of historic property. Like, usually archaeologists go out and do a survey and they're looking on the ground for things and all of this. But you don't have to have that to know is already important or significant if you develop the historic context. And so I think that that is really important. And then another thing, I'm not trying to constantly bash some of the stuff we have to review in SHPO, but the isolates is like a single artifact. Isolates by definition are not eligible to the National Register. I'll get that a lot. And I'm going to show me the definition because I don't know. You can find a place that's important and it may have a single object there that relates to that importance or isn't. And I kind of touched on that a little bit later. But we'll also say that Bulletin 16B is a little bit dated. A lot of the bulletins are. We do struggle with them as archaeologists somewhat, but I do think that the new Bulletin 38, if folks have seen it, just came out in December. I think they did a wonderful job. So this is excavations at Fort Clatsop. And I'm going to kind of talk about it a little bit later with integrity and things like that, but that is a very large excavation that was done there. I think this is the one from 1948. And I often ask archaeologists, because this is a National Historic Monument. If you only found Meriwether Lewis's button off of his coat as an isolate, would you say, well, sorry, it's not eligible, you know? I mean, it's ridiculous. Before the archaeologist is even going in this place, they know it's important. And you can do that with pre-contact archaeological sites as well. So again, the context is super important. Here's from the new Bulletin 38. The significance of a place can be understood only when it is evaluated within its historic context. Yeah, they just keep hammering this theme, I love it. Historic contexts are patterns or trends in history by which a place is understood and its meaning and ultimately its significance within history can be demonstrated. This here is an image from an archaeological site, one of my favorite ones when I worked for Caldwell Confederated Tribes. We did an excavation, I can't remember the year, I think that's 2009. And I did an excavation at this archaeological site. And then from the historic context research that not just me, but others that I work with were helped put together, plus what we were finding here, I proposed a district that consisted of like 62 or 63 archaeological sites. And it's probably one of the things I'm most proud of with my time at the Caldwell Confederated Tribes. And the land managing agency, which I will not name, said no. And the Caldwell tribes were like, don't worry about it. And they took it and they put it in a filing cabinet and they kept it. And they said, we will return to this at some point in the future. I was at the Northwest Anthropological Conference 2 years ago and ran into one of the tribal members that I work with, and they told me that they're dusting this off. And I'm hoping that this, but I'm not going to. It's possible to find patterns based on research and combined with data from an archaeological. These are the 5 eligible properties. By the way, that image there is Salilo Falls. It's one of the 2 major fisheries on the Columbia River. I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about the other one because that was up in the area where I worked before. Building structures, object sites, and districts. And I'm going to give archaeological examples of each of these. So there are for building. And I'm not even including the definition of a building because I'm pretty sure you guys know what buildings are. I think we're in one right now. But one of the things interesting though that Bulletin 15 says is that if a building has lost any of its structural elements, it is usually considered a ruin and is then categorized as a site. So just remember that we're going to get to site here pretty soon.
A structure is a functional construction made for the purposes other than human shelter. And some of the archaeological examples, cairns, canoe, railroad grave, earthworks. It said, I think it said boats in the bulletin. I put canoes because we do, sometimes those are found. Irrigation systems. I think that it would be very easy to have an archaeological the nominated property. Objects are not what archaeologists think. We have a statute that defines archaeological object and archaeological sites. Those are very different than the National Register object and site. But object is distinguished from buildings and structures, and primarily because they're artistic in nature and relatively small and simply constructed. Examples they give are monument, statuary. I believe that those could show up in an archaeological assemblage, especially, somebody raised a building or whatever, maybe they forgot about a statue or something like that. And 8 years later, somebody is in an archaeological. So for site, this is only the first part of the definition. I'm going to come back to it, but it's the location of a significant event, prehistoric occupation or activity, or a building or structure, whether standing, ruined, vanished, where the location itself possesses historic, cultural, or archaeological value, regardless of the value of any existing structure. So I think that that's really important, that it's focusing more on the location. I'm going to finish that definition here in a second, but I'm going to do the district here. Districts are just kind of like, there's some connectivity between these places. So examples they give are irrigation. Oh, I didn't do the examples for sites before, but battlefield, campsite, cemetery, etc. There's a lot of examples they give for sites that fit archaeology. And for districts, irrigation systems, groups of habitation sites, rural villages, transportation network. That district that I proposed that the agency gave the thumbs down on was a district of habitation sites. But the other part of the site definition is it can be significant under any of the 4 criteria, and then it says that the site need not be marked by physical remains if it is the location of a prehistoric or historic event or pattern of events. And I think that that is really important. Again, there should not be any quota of artifacts or not about places. And archaeology is a holistic discipline. And yes, we do deal a lot with artifacts and features and stuff like that, but we also should be dealing with the importance of place because we are trained in that as well. So I think that this is an important definition that I'd like to. And I also think that also with districts, but traditional cultural places, historic properties of religious and cultural significance, Indian tribes, cultural landscapes, storied landscapes, etc. They typically would fit in the site category. And I know that a lot of tribes work a lot with those, and we do as well. All right. We know the National Register criteria. I'll kind of go through this quick, but criterion A, again, this is one I'm going to kind of go into a little deeper dive on here in a second. Patterns or history. This is from Bulletin 15. Criterion B is properties associated with the lives of persons significant in our past. C, embody the distinctive characteristics of time period or method of construction, or that represent the work of the master, possess high artistic values, or represent significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction. And then criterion D is the one that archaeologists mostly try to use, which is nothing wrong with it. But for compliance purposes, when you're evaluating, you need to go through all 4 criteria because that's how we assess whether or not they're. But properties that have yielded or may be likely to yield information important in prehistory or history. So my deep dive into criterion A. Criterion A, I just put the definition of it up here again. One of the things that's interesting is bulletin 38 focuses on 3 words in that definition: events, hour, and history. And I think that this is really important. So bulletin 38 defines events as specific moments in history or a pattern, reflecting a broad pattern theme. So it's not just, this is where the Battle of Gettysburg is, but it can be patterns associated with, communities, using the places over and over again for the same types of things. Again, community level is a level of importance. And that's where the from what community is does the place have some traditional cultural significance for? And that sometimes archaeologists can be a bit arrogant. And when we're out doing evaluations, it's like, this is my show. This is me saying what I think is eligible. And I disagree with that. I think that they need to also convey the views of any other groups, and they need to work with other groups when they are making their eligibility calls. And then history can also include oral history as well. I don't know. Mess it up. The one thing I want to talk about here, this photo, and I'm going to try and point. There's a woman. She's got a very low heat, slow and low heat going. There's not a lot of flame on this fire, and she's got the salmon here that she's slowly cooking over that fire. Remember that, because that's going to be kind of important as we go forward. This is at the Ceremony of Tears. 100 river miles downriver from this location, the Grand Coulee Dam has just been completed, and the waters are backing up. And they're inundating the second major fishery on the Columbia River, Kettle Falls. This was the last time the tribes were able to go fish here, and it was a sad time. And I believe that they had been fishing there between 4,000 and 5,000 years at least. So this also is the location of an archaeological site that I did an excavation at in 2009. And at the end of the, or I don't know if it's at the end, but at some point, we took a group photo, and I wasn't even aware of this photo at the time. But we stood right back here, we put a camera on a tripod, and can't reach it, but that hill in the background there, you kind of just use that as a reference. You can see where we are here. So this was obviously before I started dyeing my hair gray, but the entire crew were all enrolled members. 3 were enrolled with the Caldwell Confederated Tribes, 1 with the Spokane Tribes Indians. And doing all this work at this archaeological site, again, I've got to understand the context of the area around right below us. So we're up on a hill. Below us, there was a peninsula that jutted way 2/3 across the river. And that was where the fishing village was. And the peninsula jutted up to the lower of the 2 falls associated with Kettle Falls. And so I had also read, I'm going to show you here in a second, an account from the British Boundary Commission, who in 1860 were surveying the what's now the boundary between Washington and Canada. And they are they talk about a number of things, but one of the things that they referenced in that document was access to the falls from up above on the hill. And I had just read probably a few days before we were here, and it says they walk along a zigzag path down the hill to the peninsula where the fishery is. At one point from this photo, this is probably too much sharing, but when you're out where there are a lot of restrooms, and you're working with a mixed sex crew, you have to remove yourself to when nature calls. And so I did that. And when I was walking back towards where we were excavating, I saw a game trail going down the hill. Or at least I thought it was a game trail. And I looked at it and it went, dude, all the way down. And I went, oh my God, that can't be the zigzag path. And I think it was. And so we immediately stopped what we were doing. We went over and we like did a GPS line on it, and we were all super excited. So if I didn't read that, I would have just thought it was a game trip. So it was really, really kind of an interesting thing. So the British Boundary Commission is there in 1860. And they had a camera with them. And they took photos. They heard about all the groups of people going to the fishery to fish. And they were like, hey, let's go check it out. So they took photos. And I think that this is amazing because in 1860, cameras were still pretty rare. You know, this is like before the Civil War and everything. And they took a picture of the fishing. Oh, I should have. We're going to be down below. Here's the peninsula, and they're going to be catching that part of the hill in their 1860 boat, just so we know where we're at. And so these are all these little huts and things like that. And the same guy, the same dude from the British Boundary Commission, John Keith Lord, described what he saw at this location. He talked about Indians, how they grabbed the fish, and then from the fish, boys and girls would carry them and drag them back to the. I substituted a word that was used there for women. He meant women, but and then to the curing houses with sharp knives. They would rip the salmon open, remove the backbone, twist the head off, all this. And then they would hang them on poles in these huts, and they had little fires going underneath them constantly to smoke them, just like that woman in 1941 was doing. But remember the part about knives, because I'm going to come back to that here in a little bit. There we go. Okay. So when I do research, especially like working with the Apollo Confederated Tribes, for years, I got to kind of work in the same area. It was a longish area, almost 150 river miles of, thousands of archaeological sites. But I was always looking for stuff. And finding the John Keith Lord description from the British Boundary Commission was amazing. We already knew these photos. Of course, as usual, Eric Gleason is always mentioning things to me that I should know and don't know. And just earlier today, he was like, man, I probably could have got a clearer version of this. But one of the things I did find doing some research, I think it was just web searching, but I can't remember. But I found another book written by another officer of the British Boundary Commission that was published in 1970. It's called Mapping the Frontier. It's by a guy named George Stanley. But he's using letters that a guy named Charles Wilson wrote to his sister back in Great Britain while he was out here during the British Boundary Commission. And he also kept a journal. And the thing that's amazing is this is one of those things where all the letters in the journal had been packed up by the family, and they were like in an attic for years. And then when a family member was going through the estate after another family member passed away, they found them all, and they gave them to George Stanley and said, "Are you interested in this?" And so he published it. So it's amazing that this record was found. And this is Charles Wilson's description. You know, he's saying this is a great site, certainly is the most wonderful one I ever saw. And he talks more about the fish than the people, you know, which is interesting, but their struggle to try and get over the falls and how oftentimes they don't make it across, and then they're down, you know, in the water again, and they're trying to build their energy up to try again. And this is a little different in Slilo Falls because the lower falls completely obstruct the river here. So this is the only way that the fish can go. So there are a lot of methods that the tribe would use to catch fish. Or one that used to lay a log down across the fall, a big log, and they'd hang baskets for it. So the log would make it even harder for the fish to jump the fall. They'd hit the log and they'd fall into the basket. And then you had to have some daredevils walk out on the log and grab the fish and fling them on the shore. So it's pretty amazing stuff. Again, this is all for context. This is just a picture of a big rock. No, I'm kidding. So this boulder was down on the peninsula at the village. And it was moved up before the peninsula was inundated. And you can see some grooves, some peck marks or ground marks here. I honestly don't know what those are for, what people were using the stone for. It's an amphibious boulder. It's also got these striations. And so there's an interpretation up there that talks about people using this place and that they would sharpen their spears and points and things like that. I could never find any actual references the tribe used metal spears there. I'm not saying they didn't, but I could never find them. I'm sure that when the British Boundary Commission were there, the women were probably using metal knives at that time, likely. But this is where I'm going to connect it to the archaeological excavation up on the hill that we were doing. So, and this right here, you can see that some of those fish huts there. This rock here right behind them is one of two locations that I know of up there where it's a quartzite. And it's a type of quartzite that can break into planes, so you can get flat pieces. And when I started with the Commonwealth Confederated Tribes, the first time it was brought out here, I was told that one of the things you're going to find millions of are these tabular quartzite knives. And I was told that this is what people use to cut fish with. And you can see like, this is actually just 3 tabular quartzite knives. This is the edge of the one above. But they had a sharp edge. And they also had like a flat side. And the flat side is where they were holding it with their hands. So they want to put your hand while you're using them. And when we were excavating up on the hill, we had the top 20, 30 centimeters of the site. We were different artifacts and things like that. And then there was like a 30-centimeter chunk of just mixed up ash, charcoal, and chunks of tabular quartzite that had not, most of them had not had the edge sharpened on them. I think we found 1 or 2. And I'm not sure if I'm right on this, but still to this day, but I also am not afraid to put things in my reports where I'm like, hey, future archaeologists, go ahead and prove me wrong or prove me right, but this is what I'm thinking now. And I was wondering if that area was where they were making these knives. Like they go down to the peninsula and they could get chunks of the quartzite, but they were bringing it uphill, I think. And they were basically maybe making like underground ovens like they would for canvas and things like that. But maybe heat treating it to make it break easier on those planes. And then we had a rain day once, and I took Brian Moynihan, he's a Caldwell tribe member, he goes by the nickname Roni because apparently he ate a lot of macaroni and cheese as a kid. But, anyway, so he said, hey, let's do some experimental archaeology. And we went to that boulder and I gave him one of those tabular pieces of quartzite that we had recovered. And it fit perfectly in those grooves. So I think that those might, I'm not saying that they weren't used for steel as well. But I think if you put a little sand and water in those grooves or whatever, you might be able to get an edge on the quartzite. We did not experiment in that way because it is uneffective. All Roni did was he just kind of held it in the groove and showed that it fit perfectly. I should have had a closer photo than this, but I still like it. And we're overlooking that peninsula again with fishing building. We have an 1860 photo. Well, we also have a painting from 1847. Paul Kane, the wandering art. He actually painted this, I think, in 1853, but he was there in 1847, and he would use charcoal sketches. When I look at this, especially after reading John Keith's board's description, these appear to be children to me. Based on dress, these are women and babies, and I think these might be women here, and you can see the salmon underneath. I think that the description that John Keith's Lord made in 1860 is evident in this painting. So it adds some support that might be the case. You don't see a lot of men here, so they may have been trying not to fall in the river from the log or whatever they were doing. But Paul Kane also did another photo there. You can see some of those structures behind them. And this is a dam that they had. And I think it's great because we can see some of the dress and things like that. And the National Register Bulletin 15 example of how an archaeological site can be eligible under criterion A. A site where prehistoric Native Americans annually gathered for seasonally available resources and for social interaction. What's going on here? The site I was working on is part of that. There are other sites in that area that are part of the district that can be created here. There is a Kelp Falls district, but I don't know if it was ever signed off on. I can't remember. But anyway, things to think about with archaeological sites and implementing criteria. Now we're in the middle of the reservoir, and we're looking north towards Canada. And I gave a presentation at SHPO a number of years ago, and another one that you may have seen this, but I think in 2005, I had a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers at their office in Seattle. And their archaeologist, Laura Siglo, was like, hey, you should come check out. We've got all these giant glass plate photos that we're not sure where they are, but they appear to be on a river. I think it's the Columbia River. Do you want to go take a look at it? And he showed me one photo, and I immediately went, that's Kelp Falls right there. And so they were digitizing them. I said, hey, can you send the tribe a copy of those when they're done? And he was like, all right. And then after a few years with the agency that managed the reservoir, that I wanted to do a photo replication. I wanted to print out the photos, and then I wanted to go out and see if I could find where those photos were taken from and try and recreate them. And they said no. And they said no for a couple of years. They were like, what does this have to do with complying with section 6? And I was like, well, if I find these spots and I can take a compass bearing to the direction that we took the photo from, there were three of us. Jumping ahead, we did get the contract. And if we GPS the point where we took the photo from, then when we put that in GIS, we will have a point and an arrow showing which way we're looking. And if we are looking at a non-archaeological site, we will have an 1891 photo of what that archaeological site looked like before the reservoir was created. And so, we did that in 2009. There were 63-ish photos, and I think we were able to find 58 of the location. This one, I'm gonna transition to I'm doing it backwards. When I gave the talk, usually I show the 1891 first and then show the after. But, this one, we're looking north. The peninsula would have ended right up here, and then you have the lower falls. So it didn't quite get the peninsula. This is also a place where so backing up, the Grand Coulee Dam finished in 1941. It didn't have a fish left. That's why kettle falls were being inundated, but no fish were coming up to people who had focused their subsistence on fish for 6,000 or more years at this location. The tribe still had the first sailing ceremony at this location every year, like they did before the dam was put in. So it's important. And if you focus on that hill in the distance, I'll switch to the 1891 photo. As you can see, the contrast. I still think this place is eligible. I think that this is place-based. It's important to the community. I don't care that the falls are underwater. I don't care that their village site is underwater. That part that you see in the middle of the river, but that's not the peninsula. That's an island that today is called Hayes Island. I don't know what it's called back then. And that's also a crack on the last plate photo. We actually found a log, 1891 Army Corps of Engineers survey that was done. And we found the photo log in the special collections at Duke University in North Carolina. So, and that helps guide us to the photo location stuff. Okay. So, properties that have made a significant contribution to broad patterns of our history, and we talked about the words that are in there. We talked about property associated with one or more events, important in the defined context. And Fulton 38 says places may have significant criteria are associated with events or patterns significant to the cultural traditions. That those places and several archaeological sites are significant to the community for to the cultural tradition. And they still, it just the corner of it is where the next dam downriver from Grand Coulee Dam is located, and fish, that's as far up the Columbia as fish can make it. All the traditions associated with fishing, like one that I remember is when a boy catches his first fish, he's supposed to give that fish to his grandmother or other family members. He's not supposed to keep any of it for himself. They still practice that, but now they're fishing off the corner of the dam. And the tribe did nominate the dam as a traditional cultural property years ago when it turned 50 because of that activity of the function of still being able to fish. It's the only place they can do that. So in Oregon, I look at stuff like this and I think obsidian can be sourced. And this is the obsidian, Eclipse obsidian. And there's a lab where you can send obsidian and they will tell you which source it's from. And then they do these shaded reliefs distributions of it. This is looking at complex trade networks that probably lasted up until just before the settlers started arriving in Oregon. The native population was wiped out. In some places, 90%. And so I don't think these trade networks were prominent at that time that they had been. But I think that these are interesting. I know that sometimes folks will get kind of cringy about large districts and stuff like that, but this is something that maybe come into this group in the future. I know that there's a PhD student who's working with some tribes in Oregon on this, and they suggested that she talk to me at some point. So I was like, trying to help her out. Katie, didn't you say, so not to put you on the spot, but so I think that something like that may be coming this way. I already, oh yeah. So like we're created such as first man, evidence of man with the extinct licensing animal. We've blown this out of the water in the last 20 years. But when I was in graduate school 30 years ago, it was nope. There was the end of the Pleistocene. All the animals became extinct, the big ones, and then people were here. And this was one of the sites that I had a professor ahead of his time, 1978. He was saying this mastodon has cut marks on the bones. Every place that hunters would make cut marks if they were processing the animal. And it's like that it was human made, and everybody laughed. The Washington SHPO, Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, agreed with him, and it was listed on the National Register. Then way ahead of its time, when nobody believed it, and it's in Swim, Washington. If you ever go to Swim, it's up on the peninsula.
Nice.
It's you can go visit it, and I was there a couple years ago, and darn seagull beat me to the getting a good photo of it. So we already did that definition. So this is Bolton 38. TCPs are landscapes with many components, hills, springs, et cetera, and maybe considered districts under criterion C, although they're usually eligible under criterion A as well. And they may be classified as sites rather than districts. So there is room for places like traditional cultural places, things like that. And that also goes for this one here. I think that this is a district all day long. I'm only slightly behind, so I'm gonna try and go through, okay. Did you bring a big cane or? All right, so criterion B, I chose, it's associated with a person significant in our past. This is, Annie Meyer Peterson. Cassie probably knows her from your previous work. This is one of the things where I think that property associated with Annie Meyer Peterson could easily be eligible. It's a more local level community. Maybe not everybody knows it. But there's a book that's called She's Tricky Like a Coyote by Use.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in one of the images in that book, it's a picture that says, this is the location of the village where Annie Meyer Peterson was born. And it's very descriptive. It's a confluence of this waterway and another waterway. I looked at our archaeological records and was like, oh, do we have anything recorded there? And I looked, and fish weirs and a shell midden. And then I looked to see if they referenced, like, when did we get when was the site recorded? It's within the last 10 or 15 years. The book was published in the 90s. And I'm not being critical of the archaeologists for not catching this, but this is something that I want to start messaging and have been messaging for quite some time. It's to use especially primary sources for an area. Let's look at these things so that we can get information like that. Because I would love it if somebody nominated an archaeological site based on association with Annie Meyer Peterson or any other report. The other part of the word persons that's defined in Bulletin 38 can refer to physical human being whose existence in the past can be documented from historical ethnographic research. Annie Meyer Peterson worked with Melville Jacobs, who was an anthropologist, so that she's in a lot of ethnographic. And I believe, Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, but she's sort of attributed as saving the language for the area. So, but it can also, criteria B, person can also mean a mythical figure or spirit who features in the traditions of the group. Before I was saying that follow tribes, at Kettle Falls, like archaeological evidence suggests they've been fishing there for 40 years. At the end of the last ice age, glaciers retreated, but the river up there was very choked with sediment for a long time afterwards, and it wasn't very conducive for salmon going up there. And then, like 6,000 years ago, bam, the salmon started coming up, and they came up in big numbers. You can definitely see archaeologically shift in subsistence from, oh my gosh, every year there is a ton of food that comes up the river right here. Let's focus on that, And so there is this acknowledgement. There's two things that this can mean. So there's an acknowledgement of the time before salmon, possibly from this story, but I also think there's another thing about this story. This is from the Caldwell Tribe Book of Legends, and there's a story about Coyote, who there were two women who had built a dam across the Columbia River down near the Dalles, and people upriver were like, we want fish. And so Coyote went down and disguised himself as like a very cute little baby or something like that. And they fell in love with him and earned their trust. And then they left to go do something, and he snapped back into himself and he removed the obstruction across the river, and the salmon made it up. There also is the Bridge of the Gods story down here where there was a landslide that blocked the river. But it's interesting that those stories exist in oral tradition and things like that. And so I just find it fascinating. I think that these are things where you could easily make a case for criterion B, maybe at the Dalles. Somebody could do that. Maybe at other places further over. So I just think that it's worth acknowledging mythical figures. Criterion C, we've already gone over the definition, but this is an excavation I did in Oliver County, North Dakota. And it's a tiki ring. You can see the rock here in the unit here and here and here and here. They create a circle. Tiki rings are important on the plains. Instead of fish, they're focusing on bison, and there's not much protection from the elements out there. And it wasn't until people developed a portable structure that they could go out there and start following the bison herds around. There were poles that could easily be pulled along even before, and they would put covering over it. It's very windy there, and before the covering would come down onto the ground, and then they would weigh that down with rocks so it didn't blow away. Later, when they traded for metal tools like axes and stuff like that, they would sharpen stakes into the ground. I would think of, maybe criterion C as an example. This was a mitigation, 22 TP range at this location. It does not exist anymore. They were all strip mined, and they worked with the tribes on it, and they agreed to be excavated 3 of them fully. And I got to live in an unfurnished apartment in Beulah, North Dakota, for about a than it has. I've never been to North Dakota, and I don't know if I ever will. No, nothing against North Dakota. Criterion D is the one that gets used the most often. This, Lakes Villages District is the one that, got the thumbs down. I did A, B, and D for that. I'm gonna cruise through this. I don't have a whole lot on integrity. I'm gonna just go through it, but these are all important. 7 aspects of integrity: design, feeling, setting, association, materials, workmanship, and location. But as you'll see here in a second, bulletin 16A says for archaeological sites, you do not need all 7 aspects of integrity. The nomination I'm going for, this is going back to my cover slide, the one that I use as an example, is this archaeological site. It is in a reservoir. It did not look like this when people lived there. But I think that it has a lot of the aspects of integrity. Anyway. Kind of getting back to this from Fort Clatsop. So we have the 1948 excavation here. Schumacher excavated 3 seasons, I think like 50, 57, 58, and 61. And this is just one quote from his notes. You know, excavating trench 24, 220 feet long. I mean, there's 24 trenches. My goodness, they really wanted to find those 6 Sparta artifacts there, you know? And they also wanted to sort of figure out, did we get the location right for the fort replica? Because there's, and you know, there's support for and kind of possibly against that, but that's what they were kind of trying to do, so. And this is, I use Fort Clatsop as an example in the forward for the archaeological guidelines we're just about finished with. But just kind of a reminder because we do hear sometimes from some archaeologists that it's no integrity, it's disturbed, it's this, that, and the other thing. All of those definitions meet Fort Clatsop. And so I use that in the forward, not to say that Fort Clatsop should not be eligible or listed on the National Register, but to suggest that, you know, maybe we should also be thinking about this for other cultures and other groups and places they find important. The example I gave for Criterion A, up in Temple Falls, which is completely inundated. Here's a quote from Bulletin 16A. The integrity of archaeological resources is generally based on the degree to which remaining evidence can provide important information. Also, these do not need to be present. The overall sense in place. This part I can go through quick, so still doing okay. All right. So I am not going to read to you my nomination here. I have very few of the 10,900 forms that I filled out for all over Federated Tribes. And so this was also one that I just had, I think the final draft before we sent it in. But you'll see that you could put a name of property, location, state federal agency, National Park Service. Okay, that's all here. This is the 2007 version of it. A little different than what you guys are going to be looking at. Bulletin 16A explains how to fill all. Classification and function or use. So I've got, this is just one site, you know, a number of resources in public federal ownership. Okay. But one of the things too is like, this is from Bulletin 16A. So under the historic functions, you can see the first one I have is domestic/village site. That comes right from 16A. It walks you through like what all are applicable. far as, functions and use, right? I've also got agricultural subsistence, processing. We've got funerary burials. Unfortunately, there was a burial that was found there. There actually have been stories of other burials there. It wasn't found during an archaeological excavation. It was found from some jerk who was, was driving his ATV illegally during in the drawdown zone and drove over the head of the individual. And it was because of that, sometimes tribes have to make bad decision or that difficult decisions because that's where her family wanted her, and I believe it was, wanted her to be interred because the reservoir effect, because of the jerk on the ATV, the truck had to have her recovered and reburied elsewhere, and that was always a very, very, very tough. So the narrative description. So the meat of the 10900 form, I believe, is section 7 and section 8. And so, section 7 is the narrative description. And guess what? Bulletin 16A, going backwards. Bulletin 16A gives guidance on this. I was joking with Katie earlier. It says, begin with a summary. Begin 2. Shame on me. But describe the characteristics of the property, location, setting, type, style, method of construction, etc. Describe current condition. It tells you all the stuff that you need to put in there. And this is important because compliance archaeological reports do not fit this. And yet I've seen 10900 nominations that have come into our for archaeological sites, and they're archaeological sites that should be eligible and all that, but they've crammed in language from their compliance report, and it doesn't fit. And so that's one thing. Like I would argue, if you're reviewing these, check to make sure they're following bulletin 16A, and that they're not saying we were hired in this year to do this. You don't want any of that type of stuff. There's also an outline for archaeological sites for the narrative description. So environmental setting, period of time, et cetera, et cetera. You can see here that I start with environmental setting. I'm following this outline for the nomination. Sometimes I follow the rules. Sometimes I throw an extra pair. Then the other big one is the statement of significance. This is where you're explaining why it should be listed on the national register. And there's a number of parts over there. I think for this side I did A and D. And the same thing for areas of significance. It's asking you to select an area of prehistory or history from a list, add categories for areas of significance, and enter a category or subcategory in each blank. So it tells you information. So we're using archaeology, prehistoric. I'm wondering if they, like, prehistoric doesn't seem to be used now, so I'm wondering if the new form still has that or not. I don't know, maybe because they haven't updated 16A yet, but so that's what I'm including, because archaeological study of Aboriginal culture before the advent of written records. A little cringy now, but that's okay. So, and then I also did heritage and all that, but I didn't include that part of it. Definition of period of significance. It explains it here. So I've got a range up there that was based on radiocarbon dates that we were able to get from the excavations there. So it's supported by that. So, you know, almost 4,000 years old. And Aboriginal cultures, this is right in the area where the lakes and the Colville slack a little bit, so. These are things that I would talk to the firm I work for, who should I include here? And I think that that's important. Somebody in Oregon is building out one of those, right? They talk to the tribes and make sure they, reach out to LPIS as well. And so this one, it talks about for the beginning of your statement of significance. You put a summary paragraph, state the reasons why the property meets national register criteria, et cetera. Is it eligible at this, state or the nation or things like that? It's really helpful. And I kind of broke this up into 3 paragraphs because I was doing A and D, that I focused my next 2 paragraphs on A and D. They didn't seem to mind at the time. And for statement of significance, it tells you about archaeological sites. Like, again, there's an outline. What is the cultural context? My first section here is cultural context. I'm following the bulletin 16A outlined and hit all of those marks. Bibliographic references, we have guidelines for that. And just a page from that. Geographical data. I trust all of you here, but I did remove the UTMs just to kind of try and protect the location a little bit. But it's a big archaeological. And so you put a map, and at the time you put UTMs, boundary, and then for archaeological sites, you often have to do a boundary justification. So there's some guidance in here. So I did a couple paragraphs on boundary justification as well to talk about kind of the difficulty of being a reservoir. I think we got the gist of the boundary. And I warned Eric that I had photos of this has nothing to do with my talk, but I couldn't resist. Because this is from about 17 years ago, so Eric and Jackie were working with this in December. In cocoons that, did you guys design those or? Oh, okay. And anyway, we were working on a project in the middle of cold weather and all that. That's it. If folks have any questions, I'll stick around here for a little bit.
I have one, yeah, sort of a, well, should I ask it or not? Indeed, we've seen in the last few years a drift away from significance of or potential for information relative to archaeology in favor of research questions. And which I don't really have not trying to prejudice this either way, but sometimes research questions can be open-ended because you're looking for big time information. But how do you stand? I learned it the first way, and I can think of at least one site in the state where, hands down, it's so important.
Yeah, I think that they talk a little bit about research questions in bulletin 15 for criterion D, but with that, I feel like research questions are in archaeology are part of the methods like before you're doing work and based on that historic context. So like, and then when you do the work, then you're kind of circling back and maybe you have new questions that you didn't ask before and stuff like that. I think that that's important. I think if you're doing criterion D, you can use some of that, but some of it I just feel like should be part of the question anyway, whether something's eligible or not.
Yeah, I was just thinking, sometimes in reading nominations, I was thinking about one this time where you don't get the advantage of referencing back to the survey report of saying, oh, this is the research questions that we excavated the parking lot and that we had to begin with. And then when it's nominated, you see some of that recycled or referenced again.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. I think that if you're doing you're putting your questions in the nomination, it's gotta be, it's gotta be focusing on that significance. So, important research or the potential to yield important information. The questions that you put in the nomination should focus specifically on that. And that may, like, every archaeologist wants to know, like, when were people here, right? That's a common question. That may or may not be part of the reason why something is National Register eligible. Although, like, you have to put the period of significance in there and have some, information from that. There are other ones I did where I just put time immemorial. It's the period of significance, because we didn't have what we call chronometric, or actual dates or even relative dates. But it's just like as far back as anybody can remember, this is why this place is.
John makes an important point. Simply being able to ask a question, find information doesn't make an archaeological site eligible for listing. It's got to be significant within the context, which John laid out really, really well. I think the other thing to keep in mind is criterion D has two parts of it, and you can have both parts within the same nomination. When it's already yielded for information, you can say it's all, we know it's significant, to John's point, we've had the research questions, we did the studies, we have the background, we know that it's significant, demonstrated, but there's also that second piece, potential to yield additional information. And, is that significant within the context? And you can have that with a site where maybe you've done enough context and enough research where you can say, well, we know it's significant, knowing what we already know right at this moment, but we suspect also, that's the second part of criterion D, we can say, additional archaeological investigation may also yield this other potential information. What we get into sometimes is pressing reviewers on site, well, and asking you to do this, is that a significant question to answer, right? So if you're saying it has potential yield, well, you got to kind of walk people down through, okay, if we know that, what does it teach us? So if we, using John's example of obsidian sourcing, so if we do find obsidian at the site and we source it, what does that help us do? Well, it helps us build out the trade network, right? We can start talking about what people are trading for, what they might be getting in exchange, and we can kind of start to map things. And if we know where people live, we can start to say these people might have an association in this. Making things up here because I'm not an archaeologist, but I mean, you start kind of laying things out. And you can say, okay, that's a significant thing. So, but those, again, it's not mutually exclusive. You could have both living in the same, and in fact, nominate a site, you have to have some kind of information. You can't say there was stuff here and, so it's, this committee would always be asked to evaluate, is there enough evidence here to say one or the other, right? And you've got a bunch of archaeologists here, so hopefully that would be a question you guys could have a really rich discussion about.
Yeah, I just know that the tendency in some nominations, if you're really at the local level, they don't get beyond the local.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that needs to be brought.
Right. No, it's, there are things that archaeologists like and all that, but, that's why it's still like the example with work class up. Yeah, you're probably not gonna make a criterion D argument there because it's just not gonna fit, but that doesn't mean that, it's not eligible. Just doing an evaluation there. So that's why I think that we need to continue to look at D, but also A, B, and C.
You talked about and looking at the term prehistoric, you said there's a newer appropriate term.
Well, yeah, I think that prehistory has this connotation, like I think in one of the examples is history or whatever, trying to know their history going back, traditions of oral history and stuff like that. So I think now instead of because prehistory almost suggests that tribes don't have a history, I've seen, archaeologists use pre-contact more. It's weird too, because for the Secretary of Interior standards for professional qualifications for archaeologists, they still divide it between prehistoric and historic archaeologists, but, you know, I think that, and there's other terms like, I forget.
Indigenous is kind of,
Indigenous history, yeah.
yeah, it's kind of the way that I'm going, just because, you know, even the tribes don't have contact history, they have their own history things from time immemorial to today.
They're interested in historical too, so it's not just the thing with stone tool. Yeah, I'm gonna start this off by also just mentioning every person on the planet is descended from people who made them. Things like that. We can all trace our history back to that level. I just think that unique here with tribes, they're more connected to that history than some of us. You know, Northern European heritage, I don't know much people were doing there. So,
Yeah, I would just, you know, add, there's a lot of different things that you could use to in place of the word prehistory. Some tribes have actual word, like words from their native language that they prefer to use. The point is to acknowledge that that's an othering term, and it causes harm to the real value of oral histories and to the history of those people. And so acknowledging that, I appreciate the.
And then, you mentioned about the testing the obsidian. I've never heard that before.
it's an organ thing. There's a ton of obsidian in eastern Oregon, and I can't think of other places where there's that much. There's virtually none in Washington State, I know that. I was at the Falls, I found a piece of obsidian, and I was like, what the heck is this? And like, is it glass? I thought it might have been like a broken bottle or something like that. And obsidian. And then that was, I can't remember how I got introduced to at the time the person who started the quick scanner, but I emailed him and I said, yeah, I'm in Kettle Falls and I found a piece of obsidian and I heard you source this stuff. Can you talk to me about that? What you need? And he was like, oh my gosh, we have nothing from that part of the Northwest. Please send it to us. And I did, and it ended up being white obsidian, which is on the Mulliher National Forest. And sorry, I tend to tell stories sometimes. When I started working at Chippo, I had an opportunity to go to the Mulliher Forest. Don Hand took me around on a tour, and we went to the Whitewater Ridge source. And he goes, do you want it? Take it. And he's like, it's not an archaeological, you know, it's just,
Yeah.
you know, everywhere. And I was like, okay. And I said, can I have two? And he said, sure. And the reason why I asked for two was because we were still trying to sell our house up in Hooligan, Washington. And I was going back up there. And some of my friends from the tribe were saying that they were going to have a barbecue. And since my wife and I were coming back, they all hang out. And I went and gave those two cobbles to two tribal members. And I said, I'm reestablishing the Whitewater Ridge. We follow tribe.
And then you have one, acronym. I used to work with a business that they had to have a book for the acronyms for the program. You said LTIS. What is that?
LCI
LTIS.
is the Legislative Commission on Indian Services. So SHPO issues archaeological permits in the state, and for example, when we get an application from an area in the state statute, we're supposed to reach out to LCIS and say, which tribes do we need to send a copy of the application so that they can review? So that's how and I think they also work for state agencies as well, on which tribes to consult with on.
Yeah, so couple comments and sort of a maybe rhetorical question, but I really appreciated your point on Plaza when compared to indigenous sites being important to one particular group, white people for Fort Plaza. Because they think it's important. Like you said, there's nothing there, but it's still important to them. And we need to remember to think about that, and that's the point you made, when we're looking at significance from one's perspective. And I think this gets into my first comment of needing to have proper context. And you can't have proper context without talking to the right people. And so how can we say something is significant when we're only looking at it from maybe our perspective or the perspective of a group that it doesn't necessarily represent? And so my first comment, and this gets to the question, is looking at patterns, and it goes back to that slide 4 that you had. And I'm kind of wondering, especially when it comes to indigenous archaeological sites, should we be doing a better job of looking at sites from a district or an MPD perspective?
Yes.
Yeah, because they are somewhat related within a given geographic boundary, right? And so, like you said, they don't exist in a vacuum. So how can we make good comments and good determinations of eligibility if we're not looking at the whole? And to do that, develop context, develop a district, or develop an MPD, and then say, if it meets these certain criteria, it contributes to the MPD or the district, or it doesn't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Matt. Just the Friday, you, Kathy, Jackie, and Eric are each going to receive the draft to review.
All right.
So, it's having to create a list of people that to look at. But I do try and stress that I am shouldn't use harsh words, but I'm like a little ashamed that there aren't more districts in Oregon. I can maybe think of one off the top of my head now, and they should be a. And I also think that there should just be more eligible archaeological sites anyway. And I think that part of that, you guys have seen presentations that are often done, and some of you participated in those. We're trying to, Kathy gave me this word too, misnomers. We're trying to dispel some of the misnomers. Can be eligible. You see in those guidelines that I'm basically saying in there that you may find a place is already important, whether you find an archaeological object or not. Could be because of the place, something like that. So, or there you can, you can find some sort of story where you're working with a community and finding out how this is really important to them. So you already kind of should know that. And so I appreciate this comment.
So this is one of those things that we struggle with at the SHPO all the time, because there's the National Register program and then there's the Section 106 compliance, and eligibility is key to both of those moving forward. And so this is like the Cadillac version of the kind of research that ought to be done to determine significance for an archaeological site. And then you have an agency and a consultant and a timeline and a budget and all these constrictions that limit the archaeologist's ability to spend as much time as they might otherwise on building that context. And so I don't really have a question that because I know you struggle with this, is when is enough for us to be able to concur or not concur with an agency's finding? And ultimately, that archaeologist who's been hired by the agency probably struggles with this as well.
So I try and address those in the guidelines as well. We're not asking for the narrative description and statement of significance and that kind of information. But in the 106 reg, there's a documentation standard section. And basically it says that as a reviewer, this should go in. We need to be able to understand the basis for why you think something is or is not eligible and finding of effect. And so that's where I look at it, because it's, it can be a big-ish lift, but it doesn't always have to be. But we basically, and I think you guys have heard this, we'll basically get, the site is not eligible under criteria because it's not associated with an event. And that's it. And so it's like, in the guidelines, and I had it in one of the slides, is I'm saying we need support and justification. If, you know, I think Ian gave me this idea once, but if I'm ever called in to, witness or something like that, why did you confer that this site was eligible or not? I want to be able to explain why. Instead of saying, oh, they said it wasn't an event, so I agree, I don't have to say that. I want them to explain it. It's harder because in the compliance world, sometimes they'll go with low bids, sometimes they'll pull in groups from out of state that they're starting from zero. Trying to understand the area, and that's kind of how I felt. It's a new place for me. It was worse when I was in North Dakota because I needed a job. Place in Montana, but I'm not in Western Plains. That was a strange world to me. Like I said, I'm not a historical archaeologist, but I know people who are really good historical archaeologists, and I can always ask them questions and stuff like that. So it's, here I feel like we're more connected with a lot of people, but the weird, incredible experience working for local tribes, because over the years I was there, I was constantly learning more and more and more. And I remember the first day I was there, the entire office was training. And those who stay work, we do a lot of trainings every now and then. And so I went in, and they had two elders, both have since passed, but who worked in the office. They basically worked in there whenever they felt like it, and they were there all the time because it mattered to them. And one of them came to the door and was like, yeah, new archaeologist. And so she was like, oh, I'll show you around. And the first thing she said after introducing me to the other woman, she said, you're going to learn more here than you've learned anywhere else before. And I love that she said that, because that's what you want. Nobody who gets out of school as an archaeologist is like, I know everything now, so I wanted to know. And there's too many stories I could tell about having my mind blown about connections between oral history and stories and an archaeological site that I never thought. But it was a great experience, and the opportunity to nominate things. They were really nominating places, and more short time, but just a background of that was I've been there for about a year. I was not hired to go to meetings or anything like that. I had a very different position, and I don't know if it's because of me, but the other archaeologists all left within a year of me being there. And so they were like, okay, hey, John, guess what? You're now going to be filling these other roles. And there's a meeting for groups. I was in Federal Columbia River Power System. You know that. And the idea was that one of the deliverables, the contract for that fiscal year, was that we were going to do a district nomination, which is great. This is the district nomination I was working in 2007 when you guys were at SACHP. But they had just picked an area on a map, so make a district out of that. And I didn't even know much about the National Register at that time, a little bit. I just remember thinking, how do I fit a district? I don't know anything about it. And so that was the first big hurdle. So the first nomination I ever did was a district. It didn't go to the National Register. We did a consensus determination with it. with the SHPO and the federal agency, and I think Washington put it on their state register. It's got a cool acronym, KRED, it's the Kettle River Archaeological District, but that one scared me horribly because new job, new position, and I did not want to fail task, and it was a very difficult starting point for me to really try to figure out how is this eligible. I could see eligibility in some of the individual archaeological sites, but not all of them. And the district needs to have that connectivity. So maybe I'll do a presentation on it.
And that's a key point that John makes. Association is not necessarily connection. Connection is absolutely key within a district. And there's lots of different ways to argue that, as far as time or culture or other kinds of things. But, you know, just like you look at a historic district for a neighborhood or a downtown, okay, what's the connection? The classic we see, and I'm a historian, so I'll use the built environment example. It's, you know, if I took someone from 1940 and I put them in 1950, they'd be asking a lot of questions about, they wouldn't even recognize the map. And so if we're, you know, doing his downtown historic district, what's the connection that, you know, if we're going 1917 or whatever, all the way to 1960, what's the connection? Well, what really pulls it together uniquely? Or are we just saying, you know, we've got buildings existing throughout this time period, which is not a National Register argument. So our reviewer loves to say he's got certain key phrases that just stick, and he likes to say them, but existence is not significant. So, you know, when you're looking at district, what are those connections? You know, it gets back to the conversation John was talking about, context. So,
It's a so what question.
yes.
But it's odd. You know, consensus. The only other district I did is the one that, nope, we're fine with that. And it was not because they disagreed, it was because of boundary that they thought.
So just one really quick thing, and when I'm on the board of the National Conference of SHPOs, we did a report a couple of years ago about the National Register and its efficiency and its user group and who should be using it, who is using it, who hates it, what's wrong with it, what's right with it. Anyway, we talked a lot to the tribes nationwide. And somebody brought up, a tribal member brought up the term epistemological injustice. And that comes up all the time, with the National Register and tribes, because their worldview does not lie with boundaries, with ownership, all those really key pieces of a nomination. That's not how tribes view the land. And so I'm just bringing it up because, I think that is very real, why tribes don't necessarily use the National Register or want to list things, for lots of other reasons, but that's stuck with me, that term, because it's very real.
Yeah, I try to Morgan say this, and I say here, when I work for spoke to one tribe, you spoke to one. But it is a pretty dominant theme among tribes. I think it was a little different with Colville, in part because every year they were seeing ancestors eroding out, and it's an important place. It was very visible to them that important places that they were common. You know, like the reservoir is like putting forks on the sides of the cut banks and stuff like that. Every year they do a big drawdown. There's no support, and so everything falls in. So that happens every year. We used to do monitoring. We would measure how much of the cut bank was being lost every year until I suggested to the office that that was an exercise in futility. Every year it's just, you know, there's more and more being lost. What's gaining from measuring that, you know, so. But it was sad. And, I'll stop, but I just wanted to say that that was something that I was asked when I was hired there, was whether or not I'm comfortable around. And I said, yeah, somewhat. And that was one of the things that, like, I found very sad with every year having to, it seemed like every year anyway, having to assist with inadvertent discoveries and all that. And it's just, it really had people there. And I think that, I just don't feel for it. The one at D44 was the one that, I mean, that was one that just hit one for me, a young little, like teenager, 12, 14, something like that. And she was late to rest here. Imagine what her parents were, her grandparents, all this. And now there's this reservoir running around. And some jerk with a ATV, and you just think like, there's a reason why that was the location of where she was. And some of the things I heard about the tribe was that there were people near where the living people doing activities so that the dead was walking. And so, well, that's why she was in. I'm taking too much time. You have the king.
Yeah.
So, thank you, everybody. Really.
Four minutes and timely, given what we're doing today, and it's very thoughtful. I'm going to change the presentation over in our group review. This would be a review if any members of the public don't invite yet, we'll have to assume come up to their friend and do that. We head out. Head up. We need to find this. And then our chair's leaving. And that's okay.
Okay. Well, for today. Probably back.
Yeah.
That's all the worst. Yeah.
See, whatever you want.
Okay. Well, the next item on the agenda is the Salem substation courtesy review from the National Register. And we have two speakers, Tracy
And Olivia.
and
Thank you, Chair Mark, I'll give a little introduction now. The big news today is going to provide the review for the proposal. And the substation, we visited yesterday. Is a federal property, their ownership of Bonneville Power Generation, and as a federal agency, BPA is not. Nomination, but they've chosen to take this opportunity to approach the committee and receive constructive feedback. Because this is the courtesy review, the committee and the nomination at the end, but we'll have the opportunity to discuss by comments that BPA and then choose to incorporate into the nomination. The Salem substation is located on an 8.5 acre parcel on the north side of Division 2. It's enclosed by substation is a district and it includes 16 places. The contributing resources are constructed in 1940 and a control house and constructed in 1940. And the non-contributing resources are in or shed. Constructed. The control house is built in a streamlined modern style, and features a flat roof, smooth concrete surfaces, simple geometric motifs, and multi-light ceiling. Contains the physical operational monitoring equipment. And unlike other UK control houses constructed during the same period, it combines a control room and an untainted tower. Two separate in one. The other two contributing resources in the district are the switchyard, which is the largest and oldest in the district, and the transfer track. Switchyard was built in 4 tiers, with 3 permanent cantilever concrete retaining walls, and it includes power transformers, dead end towers, 2 banks of current transformers, gas circuit breakers, and a bank of potential transfer. The transfer track was built in 1942, and the standard gauge rail that runs from the switchyard into the untainted. As a working substation, the district experienced a fair number of alterations at the end of the period of significance in 1942. The most notable of these are changes in switchyard and equipment, and replacement the original untainted tower, elevation of the roof, and then the construction and removal of the shed. And a temporary communication. Overall, the nomination argues that the district has integrity, things consistent, getting a feeling can function. The nomination argues that the substation historically and under criteria A and B in the areas of engineering, industry, and health. It asserts that the district embodies the distinctive characteristics of substations built during the master grid and PPA's transmission system, which is 1938. And its opening had a significant impact on business. The nomination also to meet the registration the BPA Pacific Northwest transmission system, and those include the fact that its own design and operating the BPA during the period of significance. It was energized in 1975, and it continues in its original. The period of significance is 1940 to 1942, which encompasses the construction of contributing resources. The nomination also argues that the control house individually is significant under criterion B, also under the BPA at the local level of significance in the area of the park. As an example, here. One of the few remaining examples of this style in BPA's master grid development. And they need the registration. Period of significance, construction. Some questions for the committee to consider today are, does the nomination make the case with the registration requirements, the MPD, criteria A and C? Does the nomination make the case with the control house and registration requirements of the MPD for criteria C as an individual resource? And does the substation retain sufficient integrity to communicate significant others? I want to note that the substation is not located within the CLG and we received no public comment on it. And we have 2 members of BPA here with us today. For that, if you have any questions, please.
Great. Hello, everyone. This is for the record. My name is Olivia Schiffman, and I am a contract historian at BPA. Our headquarters are located at 905 Northeast 11th Avenue up in Portland. I also wanted to thank you all again for coming out yesterday. It was a lot of fun to show folks around, and I know that the substation operator had just a great time after you guys left. He was so jazzed. He's excited to read your thesis, and he is excited to read over this documentation as well, which is just very. So of BPA's over 200 substations that we have across our service area, this is only the second site that will be listed, and it will be the first in Oregon, which is very exciting. The impetus for listing this was as mitigation for a project. We demolished a radio station called Hall Ridge Radio Site, and it was a 6 by 10 foot metal structure with a single door. So this is an exciting excuse to written this nomination. As you guys have noticed yesterday, the Salem substation is just a fantastic landmark for BPA and for Salem. And we're lucky to have it in our system in such great shape still. And to show kind of where BPA has come since 1942, when the control house was built, and how far we've also come technologically speaking as well. This was one of my first large projects here at BPA, and it was a very fun way to kind of kick things off. Definitely one of the most interesting and fun parts of working on this nomination was just the collaboration between BPA staff. We've got a great team of librarians, the folks that you met yesterday who helped to operate the substation, as well as my fellow historians, Tama, Tracy, and Matt. It was just a delightful introduction to BPA and to careers. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. And I look forward to answering any questions that you have, if you thought of any.
I just had one question, and it was mostly, the really liked the nomination, and it had, wrote, it's unusual for me to say, exceptional, et cetera. So, the only thing I could think of, that I had a question about was George Kramer's NPD, because that's something that wasn't provided. You could have asked, I forgot to, since I reviewed this in late December, so wanted to get rolling on. So just, because there were a couple of references in the application to the NPD, and I know sometimes that can be, and we've done this before with other NPDs. Sometimes they're the missing piece. When they work well. And it sounds like this one's going. When was George's?
2012.
2012.
I have a question. The chain link fence, is that the extended land holding the BPA has there? Is that one and the same?
Well, there's the right of way that goes, that follows the transmission lines.
Okay.
The only place it might differ, Tracy Schwartz, senior historian, Bonneville, 905 Northeast 11, Portland Ave, Portland, Oregon, is maybe at the entrance. I think we go down to the road and the fence doesn't extend that far, kind of the parking lot area.
So in that road area, I mean, you've got the drive there. Is there any extant landscape features or anything in that area that you're aware of?
Not anymore, no.
Okay.
And then where it splits off, it goes to a private property. That used to be part of the.
I just wanted to say a couple things. So, when I did my thesis, there was no historian, no archaeologist. The library was not organized. I had very limited access to the kinds of things that they've just come so far. And it's so exciting, but one thing that I'm saying is the substation staff's love for their places. And that has not changed, and that was clear yesterday. They love their stuff, and they did 30 years ago too, before they really had a culture around their buildings. They already did, they just didn't know they had. And another was kind of a funny story. When I started at the SHPO in the compliance department, and cell towers were just coming out, and they were notorious for like circumventing 106. Half of them didn't know how to do it. They would hire biologists to go out and look at it. It's a mess. And I happened to notice that there was a cell tower being built at the substation, and they had their bulldozers out there and all this stuff, and I ran back to the office, called Bonneville and said, you need to stop, you haven't done any review, and they were so annoyed that anyone was paying attention to that substation at all, and that she happened to work for the SHPO, and they were not in compliance at all. They figured out what to do and they ended up building it, but every time I see that cell tower, cease and desist.
Another full circle moment for you, Christy. I believe yesterday maintenance work on that cell tower. So you can't get away from it.
Once they become historic.
One thing I've never seen before is 43 footnotes in section 7. I've actually counted. So that's how unusually thorough.
To follow up on that, there really was a very comprehensive bibliography, so kudos for that. Government reports, archival materials, newspaper articles, publications. The one question I have is that, are there any oral histories that you could tap into that people that have worked there in the past or have been done that help provide insight? Or give us.
I think Fred yesterday is definitely a good person to tap into his brain. Even, I feel like, so that was the third time that I've been to the substation. And every time, the past 2 times that I've gone there, he's had like a little bit more of something to add. That's interesting. Usually it's just like a little personal story about a project that he worked on. Or he talked about the first.
First, thank you to BPA for allowing us to go in and take that tour. That was really fun. Places like that. Regarding the nomination, very well written. I think it did a really good job of linking back to the MPD. So yeah, I don't have any other comments on that. One question I do have, and this is just sort of my own thinking about this, but given that there's obviously gonna be changes in technology and be increased demand from customers. Did the designers give any thought to the life cycle of substations like this?
I mean, I have to hope they did, but I don't think we've ever like stumbled upon like a statement, that, in BPA, this will last 1,000 years, or whatever the statement is. That might be something we can be on the lookout for, but yeah, I'm not aware of anything. Again, we talk a lot about, life cycle of equipment and whatnot, and that's a big thing now, like it's reached the end of its life and we're replacing a lot of things, so maybe that was just kind of under the radar. That's a good question, Matt.
Because I'm curious, did they think that, 80 plus years later, we'd be sitting here talking about how amazing this. Yeah. Did they expect that it would still be in use 80 plus years later and it's still relevant to the power distribution?
I'm sure they knew that control house was gonna still be there. I think one of the times we went there, someone was like, yeah, if there's ever like nuclear war, I'm coming here.
Well, since we don't vote, should we, in terms of resolution for, I'm very.
You thank them for their time.
Thank you. Good on you.
We'll keep you all updated on how this goes through. So the federal agency, BPA in this case, will go ahead and finish up their nomination and submit it to their federal preservation officer who you met yesterday, Sunshine Smith, who will go ahead and sign that, send that to the National Park Service, and they get the same 45-day waiting period as everybody else. And we'll see that announced usually on Thursdays or Fridays. So hopefully at your next meeting, we'll be able to let you know what the status is.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thank you to Katie for helping us with the final formatting, and the joy of this courtesy review is your guys' staff really help us out with a lot of the technical things, so we very much appreciate that.
So the story here is that the normal process, federal agencies just submit, but the problem is Park Service does not have a single guide on what you need to do submit it. It's spread out through literally a couple of decades of guidance documents, which we have nicely done, and they'll kick back federal agencies nominations. And so like if you come and have a discussion with our SACHP, we'll help you with the secret decoder ring and figure out how to get everything documented to where they'll actually accept it. So it's a nice partnership. So.
We appreciate it.
Awesome.
Enjoy lunch. Get one more adverse effects.
And you are dismissed.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Say
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, Steve, go ahead and excuse us.
Oh, you're excused for what? I'm returning at 1 o'clock. An hour time. That's we're actually ahead of schedule. Afternoon session of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation should come to order. And in the agenda, we are now at item 6, review properties proposed for listing in the National Register. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,000 properties located in all 36 counties of Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, the property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. The property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, association with a preeminent individual displaying distinctive characteristics of a type, period, method of construction, or work of a master, or contains the potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the listing criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. And for each nomination and MPD on the agenda, follow some steps. We'll announce each agenda item separately. It's a way to sort of break in the reporting. And the first one up is a grocery, NISA, which is the vicinity, Malheur County. We have a lead reviewer of Gwen Trice, but first we'll start with the staff description.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 4 nominations and 1 multiple documentation form for consideration. And I think that the first one will be in Malheur County. We follow their review of the main spurt community nomination in Coos Bay, the Jason Lee House site in Marion County, and corresponding mission site in the country, and finally the Fort Worth jail. So first, the committee will consider a walk grocery in the vicinity of this in Malheur County. Walk grocery, which is now known as the commercial building constructed in 1939 by a local businessman named James Linton at the intersection of Highway 201 and Milwaukee Avenue. This location is a really important connection point between the town of Mesa and Adrian and the Milwaukee Dam. The building is sited at an angle to the intersection in order to maximize visibility to passing motorists. And there's ample surface parking on all sides of the building, the access from either. The store itself is an example of 20th century roadside commercial architecture. It features a really unique primary facade with a gable and a combination of irregular petrified wood, in all kinds of sizes and shapes. The gable roof wing that shows the building, and it's clad in D log siding. An additional gable wing shown here was built on the southeast elevation in 2020 and clad in compatible D log siding. A small shed roof addition was built off the building in 2022. The original fuel pump we see here, modern pylon signs near the intersection dated in 2023. The only other notable alteration is the exterior of the windows and their original openings, containing the train and the installation of metal Overall, the nomination argues that all conversion maintains the exterior character defining features, most notably that primary facade and the fenestration pattern and semicircular, as well as the spatial relationship to and all of that. The interior of the building has been more expensive, but the nomination argues that these changes don't detract from the building's integrity and instead support continued function of the convenience store and restaurant. The nomination also identified several small accent features, including this cooler door left and the butcher's weighing scale related to the store's involvement and offering meat processing. The property's nominated boundary is drawn to exclude the portions of the property that don't exist anymore and are associated with its significance. So that includes tanks to the west and then a trailer and house located in the rear of the building. These don't impede motor traffic, and they don't impact the building's appearance from either. The nominations are Milwaukee groceries significant under two different criteria with two different corresponding areas and periods of significance. First, the nomination says that the property is locally significant under criterion A for contributions to Malheur County's regional 1933. The store opened just a year after Milwaukee Dam was completed in 1932, and the way it was completed, it was very convenient to provide essential goods and workers for residents for tourism at the time when there really weren't a lot of it. Its economic role particularly prominent until 1937 when the shift in local traffic patterns and local economies spurred by the construction of the amalgamated sugar in this that changed traffic patterns in the area and it reduced the sort of prominence. The nomination also Milwaukee grocery locally significant under criterion as an excellent example of 1930s. The building's diagonal orientation and maximize the and its use of visually distinctive materials in this case would the regional landscape and also capture the attention of passing over. The period of significance under criterion C is data construction. Some questions for the committee to consider today are: does the nomination make the case for local significance with criteria A or T? Does the nomination make the case that it embodies the distinctive characteristics of the roadside commercial? And does the property retain sufficient integrity to communicate its? This property is not located within the CLG, and we received no public comments on the nomination, but the owner and the
Before we go on to public testimony, I have to ask whether any of the committee members have either an actual or potential conflict of interest. Hearing and seeing none, we don't. So, I guess the next step is to call for public testimony, especially on the part of preparer or supporters of the nomination. No, they're online. We'll let them like them.
Hello. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
My video says Host has stopped my video. I'm not necessary to be on video, but if you guys wanted to see my face or not. For the record, my name is Tyler Simpson. I am the owner and third generation family member of the Rock Store or Waikiki Grocery. It's just a little bit of public testimony. I'm very excited to apply for the historic registry, and it's been a long time coming. This place has been around for a very long time, and I would like to see it preserved, even beyond me and through my children as well. It's been around forever, and as far as I know, it's always been a local stop and a local staple in the community. And Sarah, my associate, has a ton more information as far as all the details that have gone into the store and all the workarounds. But yeah, like I just said, I'm very excited to have this here, and thank you guys for considering me to be on the historic registry. Ah, there's the video. Well, there it is. Perfect. Hello again. Uh, hey, Sarah. Sarah, did you want to chime in at all and
Yes, I'd love to. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. First, identify yourself.
Yes. So for the record, my name is Sarah Schmitz, and as Tyler said, I have been the preparer for the Oahe Grocery nomination. I currently live in Cardiff, Wales, although I am originally from Florida. So I appreciate being here. It's nice to connect with all of you. But yeah, my experience with doing this research project for Grocery and NISA's local history, it's been really fascinating. I've been able to learn so much just about national historic trends, about the West Coast development, a different area than what I'm used to, and just the local communities that Tyler is from. It's just been really interesting to learn about these small communities, but how connected it really has been to history just through all the research that I've been able to do. It was really exciting to find photographs and historical evidence that relate to the store, but also relate to me and my experiences. Like I was able to find photographs of the Turnpike, a highway I've driven on hundreds of times all the way down in Florida before it was even paved. Just like little things like that, and being able to share the automobile history that I've learned with my friends and family here in Wales because they're all fascinated with cars. So it's just been really, I don't know, heartwarming in a way to connect two different parts of the world in one. And obviously, like I've really become invested in this store and the history that's been created and hopefully will be protected for many years to come. So I look forward to hearing your discussion, and of course, I'm able to answer as many questions as possible. Well, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to be here.
Do any of the committee members have questions for the preparer? Question?
I think I do.
Okay.
On page 31, your orientation of the north. I just wanted to verify. I can be kind of, I depend upon my GPS to tell me where to go. So I'm looking at this and looking at some of the images, it feels like it's on the wrong side.
That question directed towards me.
Yeah.
Okay, so to be clear, do you mean page 31, the tax lot map?
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. So north would be pretty much in the top center of the map. So if you would basically put a compass directly on, north would be directly straight up, south would be directly down, and then east and west to the sides.
So it feels like it should be on the flip side. Where it's oriented from one of the images that I was looking at.
Which image are you comparing it to?
I was looking at, in the presentation, one of the first images that you pulled up was the front of the building. Or you can reference page 30.
So I think maybe I'll just jump in and note, I know we're not quite at a discussion point yet, but one of the points that I was gonna raise is that I also had trouble just orienting where the building was, and I think that really is because some of this just these directions are a little bit off, and so I'll jump ahead a little bit and say maybe it would be helpful to orient the buildings all in the photographs, all of the figures so that they're facing north is in one direction, so it's easier to track and follow, so we're not having to twist the thing.
Any other questions? We'll come back to that.
That's the only one.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Right, so, well, thank you, Sarah. We'll stay on the line though. As we go through our review, the lead reviewer is Gwendolyn Trice, who asked the question, so.
So are we jumping into discussion?
Yeah, well, Gwen would be next
Yeah.
as the lead reviewer, and then we'll go into discussion.
You'll come back to me.
Yeah. Well, you can start with
No.
as the lead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mark.
Well,
And I so appreciate this nomination. I know that I like to think that my father sat at one of the tables and ate on one of the many times that he went fishing in that area, and he was very instrumental in getting, I believe, bathrooms for elderly and people unable to have access in different ways, and he really loved that space and took us kids out to that area, but I was really young, so I don't remember. I would have remembered the front of that store. That is very unique, and it was really a wonderful read. You had a lot of direction from Chippo on making corrections and adjustments to this, and I feel like you were able to essentially make the case for the store and its integrity and the other elements that you are going for, criteria A and C. So I did enjoy the read, and that part that I talked about, just so to bring it up again, is the orientation of how it appears in each one for consistency, to have that flow from one to the other of your maps would be super helpful. Also, and just looking at, I was trying to get more a sense of the inside spaces. I would have liked to have seen more of those, and I don't recall seeing the restrooms in there. Maybe I missed that. I would like to see more images of the inside of the original building. So that's kind of really all that I wanted to sort of put into my observation, that I absolutely enjoyed the read, and I believe that you made the case.
Yes, I will pass it on to other members of the committee who may have comments and questions on about the nomination.
I'll go ahead and just jump in and echo it. I really enjoyed reading the nomination. Followed through some of the little background literature. It's just some fun things to read in there. So I appreciated that. I didn't have much in the way of comments, except that I had trouble orienting the building and based on those figures as well. So helping to clarify that by, as I said, maybe orienting them all and so they're all facing the same direction would potentially help. But otherwise, I think it's really cute, fun.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, I thought it was a great nomination. I think that like, the nominator, said that this is very, distinctive for the area, and Hawaii country is definitely known for its rocks. I was wondering about the use of the petrified wood. I don't know very much about that on buildings. I just don't ever remember. And I don't have a lot of experience in this, but seeing petrified wood referred to as being used on the exterior of a building, and I wondered if that was completely unique or has appeared elsewhere.
That's a really great question. I didn't know much about it either before this project, so I'm with you on that. So petrified wood, from my research, is not a common construction material. It's quite difficult to make, obviously, because it is thousands and millions of years old. It takes forever to build. So there are some petrified wood buildings in the United States specifically. In my research, I couldn't find any that were in Oregon. There are a few in Texas and some in Oklahoma and a little bit further away. But for the most part, the buildings and houses that do have petrified wood, it's usually a decorative feature. It's not going to be structural, and it's usually not the entire building. It's most of the time just on the front. So there are a few other gas stations actually that have it, and it's just on, in the same way that Oahe grocery is, it's just on the front frustration of it because it's such a difficult material to source.
I just follow up on the same thing as I didn't know if there was a source for the construction materials. No, and if you ran across that in your research, I didn't remember it from the form. A source.
Yeah, absolutely. So our source is anecdotal. It's passed down from generations and stories. So we don't specifically know exactly where it has been sourced, but from the local community and just hearing stories from Tyler's family, it is believed to be that the river stones and the petrified wood are sourced locally. There are records of petrified wood being sold in the area. So it is possible that James Langton got petrified wood from there or would have sourced it himself.
Thank you.
Of course.
I could go next. Yeah, great, Gregory Shine. Thank you for putting this together. I really enjoyed reading this and having driven by the site and thinking, wow, this looks like the Alamo. Really caught my eye. Fess Parker or John Wayne are going to be walking out of the doors there. But I really enjoyed reading through this. I want to especially commend the resources that you tapped into, including local newspapers to help establish the historical context. And also, I want to specifically note the website that has the place's history, and you have it. It's titled. The webpage is titled. Was it Our Roots? I think, which maybe there's a pun intended with the tie back to the petrified wood there. Maybe not, but I wanted to acknowledge that as well. And also that it includes an interview with the previous owners. That brings significant value in context here. The question I have there is, if there were, are there any other existing interviews or oral histories in the community that could be tapped into, or did you seek those out? And secondly, otherwise, would there be any community perspectives on the building's appearance and perception that that could be incorporated?
That's a really great question, and I love your thinking along that lines. Of course, we talked with Tyler's family because the store's been in their possession for years, so that was our first source. And I did work with a local, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but he helped me gather some legal documents, and he's from the area, so he was able to give me a little bit more historical background and connect me to other employees in the different communities to give me more information. We did try to reach out to a few people in the community. Tyler can speak more on exactly who those people were. I think they're family members, but we weren't able to get in contact with them, unfortunately. So we could continue pushing those, absolutely, but for the purpose of what we were able to do within the time period, the interviews that we have were all we were able to include.
Excellent. And that just additional stuff onto the variety of sources that you already provided. So just to follow up on that, was there any, did either of you connect with like the County Historical Society to see if they had any documentation or an interview or something?
Yes, I've contacted them, and unfortunately, I didn't hear anything back that was able, I wasn't able to get any information to add to the proposal, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Jackie?
Yeah, I feel like even though there's been a lot of alterations to this building, it does retain its integrity of setting and its facade. It's really unique character, and that really some of the alterations that were made have enabled this building to kind of adapt to the community's needs and continue being used. And kind of appreciate that. But there were a few things that I would have liked to have seen. Is there's descriptions of how the floor plan changed in different editions. And it would have been nice to have like a plan that showed when different parts were added and the size, because the different floor plans were at different scales and oriented differently, that made it really difficult to understand. And then also, to me, the term Riverstone seems very generic. And I feel like that type of stone has a name. And I want to know what it is. Like, is it a volcanic rock? Is it like welded tough? Is it, and it's probably local, so are there outcrops in the area that it kind of like reflects that same look? So that I would have kind of like, and that seems like something that you could probably send even a picture to a geologist, and they would be like, oh, that's common to this area, and that's probably what that is. That would, because it is such a unique and character defining feature of that building that we need to know the rock, where kind of know that it's local and that it reflects kind of that landscape. And then there was a lot of good detail about the petrified wood, but at one point in the description, it talks about it having a glassy, smooth texture. But on that facade, sometimes you can really see that kind of rougher wood grain or bark texture. So it seemed like that could be a little bit, edited to reflect that. And then at some point there was a fireplace mentioned, and then I did not know I couldn't remember whether that was mentioned in like a description of like alteration. Few comments I had. Oh, and the other thing, I think since there were like a lot of events and stuff that happened there, I thought it would be kind of interesting as one of the figures to have like an image of like the advertisement for the event, to just show it, or an ad, or something, a sale at the grocery store, just that little extra community, connection.
I can jump in just for a second. I'm taking notes, so I'll hopefully to remember all these things. I love the point about the Riverstone. I think that's a really great idea to just get further research and be able to definitely pinpoint it to the area. So that's something we can easily do. And then in terms of the fireplace, our evidence says that there was a fireplace in the, I don't want to say the back of the store because that might not make sense, but I guess it would be kind of like the southwest part of the store where it used to be the living quarters. There was a fireplace back there for the family, but that would have been removed when it was opened up into a kitchen and further store. It is mentioned on page 11. If you wanted to quickly find it, it literally, it was there and then it was removed.
I'll go next. Matt Dietrich. First off, just want to say congratulations on completing the nomination. It can be a little daunting sometimes, so good job on that. I've really appreciated the narrative history on 20th century Americana for that area of the state. I like that. Couple of things I would have liked to seen a little bit more discussion on the change in the economic and traffic patterns because of the sugar factory going in. Seemed to me that it really just said, there were changes in the economy and traffic patterns because of the construction of the sugar factory. So, well, what replaced it? Why did it change? Where did they go? I don't think it is too significant to not have that included. It's just something that I would have liked to see a little bit more narrative on. And then the other thing is, and I don't think this detracts from the overall integrity, like Jackie said, there's been quite a few alterations to the building, but really the character defining feature is that primary facade of the stone and petrified wood. But in looking at some of the pictures, it is a little hard to distinguish between the original D-cut log facade and the 2020 D-cut log facade. And so I think that it might be a little hard for a casual observer to come to this building and really see like what's original and what's an addition. And I think it's important to distinguish that when thinking about adding on and addressing integrity. But again, I don't think that detracts overall from the integrity. I think that's just maybe something that could be pointed out more in the nomination, is that the addition is D-cut log and it is an addition. So again, good job, just some general pointers there.
I just had a few comments. Steve Mark, chair for today. There was a lot to like in this nomination, and for the most part, I think it was very well done. I especially liked photos 8 and 9 because it's rare to see a specialized feature like petrified wood in Oregon, but I like what you did with scale, where one is most of a facade and the other one is as a detail. And I think it really conveys. So that's what that's the type of petrified wood that's in this building. So, very good. I did have a couple, and they're small. In map reproduction, you might take a look at page 34 in figure 8, because the point size is so small that it's very difficult to see. There are, I'm sure, workarounds to where purpose of the illustration will still be served. Having the dam at scale relative to the growth rate. Beyond that, most of these things were part-time as a committee. But I have my marked up copy for reference. Anyone else? Any comments, questions? Okay, well, and time to consider a motion. Anyone?
Thank you. Have it all written out just so that, because I get all tongue tied and you know I can't. I would like to recommend that, this nomination move forward to the gatekeeper that, and include the suggested changes under criteria A and B, A and C.
Second?
Second.
All right, so unless there's any further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote from the committee members. Go ahead.
Gwendolyn Trice, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Cassie Rippey, aye.
Gregory Shine, aye.
Jacqueline Chen, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
D. Mark, aye. All right.
And then state that it passed.
Same for the Pat, yes.
Do you get a thing?
Unanimous.
Congratulations.
Thank you both so much. This is Katie again. I will send you a copy of the revision.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank
Pamela. In a minute.
All right, the next property under consideration is Mingus Park Community Building in Coos Bay. And we'll first hear from staff. Katie.
Committee will now consider the Mingus Park Community Building in Coos Bay. Property is being nominated under the Oregon Media Resources, WA, 1943, which was approved by the National Park Service in 2022. One of the properties currently listed under this entity, and that is the State Library of Oregon. The community building is also known as the Scout Cabin and is located on the west side of the Mingus Park in Coos Bay. It's located on a flat knoll in an otherwise very busy area. And the boundary is formed by a natural communities to the north side and east. Within those boundaries, there are 5 contributing resources, including 3 small storage sheds, a host trailer park, and a car. All of those were constructed after the period. Primary resource, the subject of the nomination, is this rustic lodge designed by Bay teacher Clarence and constructed by the WPA workers between 1939 and July 1940. The building has bilateral symmetry and massing consists of large rectangular shingle Dutch gable roof and a shed roof porch, flanked by 2 gable roof wings that extend up the northwest and southwest. The building's foundation is concrete with a stone veneer, and the 1-story wood frame walls are clad in vertical D-log siding. It It has wood casement and barn sash windows, and multi-light French doors. These have been covered with French plywood since the late 1950s in response to all of them, but most of them are vegetation patterns still evident from the interior and the exterior. Some of the significant alterations to this building are the temporary turfing of this wing due to some damage on the wall. The enclosure of the porch in the rear elevation needs to be open and covered. And the replacement of some of the exterior lower base of the west was in the late 1980s. The interior of the community building, when you see the bylaw, it includes 2 attached restrooms on either side of the room. The kitchen and the corner, the main assembly hall space, and there are 3, 1 in each of them. Some notable interior features include this double-sided stone fireplace, water plaque, and UPA 1940 imprints of ivy. These unique hanging D-log finishes. You can see here. The interior is largely intact. The nomination for this building asserts that the property meets the registration requirements of the parking review with PWA and WPA for the entertainment / recreation property type and the lodges and cabins. Under this MPD, the nomination asserts that the property is locally significant with criterion A for small and local recreation as a much needed location for local use activities in the as well as other community and cities. Significant for the association with new deal funds in the form of labor law. The NPD nomination be the property is also locally significant under criterion C in the area. Example of rustic new deal. Rustic features a piece of local stone and timber that was use of hand construction technique and rugged finishes, and then its responsiveness of its material and its lighting to the stone. The period of significance under both criteria is 19. Regarding criterion A, 1940 is the extent of the period stated with WPA, and with B, 1940. The Venus Park Community Building is the only WPA associated recreational building in Coos Bay. And the only WPA associated. The nomination talks a little bit about other WPA improvements and explains that these were physically separated from this location of the park. And maybe they've been replaced or moved or whatever. The building can use to continuously for use, specifically community recreation and entertainment and completion in 19. The questions for the committee to consider today are: does the nomination make a case that this park community building needs the registration? Really deal with PWA, both the general requirements and lodges and cabins for local significance. And then secondarily, the question integrity that communicate. We received the PLG's recommendation of the nomination with no additional comments. This is provided to the committee via email. We didn't receive any other public comments of the preparer of the nomination. Join us today. And we also have a representative of the city of Bay, which
First thing, before we go into testimony, but please sit down. Are there any potential conflicts of interest among the committee? Seeing none, we'll move forward to public testimony. And please identify yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Colleen, go by Coco Sutton. I am from 3800 Virginia Avenue in Coos Bay, Coos County, Oregon. I'm a former City of Coos Bay Parks Commissioner and currently a volunteer with the City of Coos Bay Adopt a Park Pilot Program. I had a little information to, I don't know if this is where you want me. Okay, well, first of all, just for your information, which is already prepared in your documents, sometimes when you're looking at particular things, especially blueprints, when you're looking at it 8.5 by 11, even if you blow it up on the computer. So I do have those items here. If someone had a particular question, I have to use a magnifying glass at times. And also the one picture that was shown previously from a newspaper, when they get pixelated, sometimes you can't see them as well. So that's here. It's also in your figures. I am the principal researcher and writer for the nomination of the Mingus Park Community Building to the National Register of Historic Places. This Douglas fir D-log cabin was completed in the city of Marshfield's only park, which is now Coos Bay Mingus Park, in July of 1940. The setting of the cabin is in keeping with the WPA's rustic architectural design principles, including not to overpower the site and relate the structure to the natural surroundings. It is an example of homegrown materials supplied from public and private community participation and support, including the unique blueprints, along with WPA-funded laborers with an opportunity to learn skills such as carpentry, timber milling, and stone masonry. I would also like to thank Mr. Mark Stevie, who's a local scout historian and current district director of the Chinook-Waukoma district of the Oregon Trail Council of Scouting America, for contributing his research on the Boy Scout American history in Coos County, Oregon, as well as Christina Texier from the city of Coos Bay, engineering tech and grant writer. Both have assisted me with information that made it easier to research and complete the required forms. This beloved cabin has been in the same location with the same community uses since it was built in 1940. In spite of the Band-Aids and calls to raise it and replace it with something new. The Coos Bay community has repeatedly said no and rallied to patch, fix, and upgrade the building as best they could, in spite of marine weather, vandalism, and time. Always, almost always, by generous volunteers. It is my pleasure to present the Mingus Park Community Building, also known locally as the Scout Cabin, for your consideration to recommend to the National Register of Historic Places under the multi-property documentation for Oregon New Deal PWA and WPA resources as entertainment, recreation, property type, and lodges and cabins subtype. The construction that embodies the distinctive architectural design, materials, and settings that defines the WPA era. This soon-to-be 85-year-old cabin in the Sylvain setting continues to host as well as hold many special memories, memorials, and events. And echoing the sentiments from the past and the present, including President Franklin D. Roosevelt's radio address in 1935 to the Boy Scouts of America after their 35th anniversary National Jamboree was canceled due to a polio outbreak. And I quote, "Do not ever fall out with nature and her wide open breathing spaces. Love them. They will sustain and strengthen you in later years when confining circumstances of life may tend to narrow the spirit or the soul that is in you." I would like to thank the volunteers like those sitting on the State Advisory Committee for Historic Preservation and the State Historic Preservation Office at Oregon State Parks, especially Caitlin Abrams, who have made sure that Oregonians have many special spaces, places, experiences, and structures from the past to understand and enjoy. Thank you for your valuable time and comments in this recommendation process.
Any questions for Barry?
I have a few questions. First one for on, I think around page 3, there was a mention that the exterior cabin was replaced. Was that an in-kind, the same materials replaced? Or was
The documentation that she showed with the green arrow on that side they look to me like what we call core peels. So I'm not sure, we haven't tested it to see, but it's not exactly the same dimension as the original Douglas fir. And that is something that is set to, it's not a large area, but to try to get that back to the 8 and 10 inch diameter Douglas fir that was originally in that.
Thank you. The other question, maybe you can help, also staff and other committee members, maybe you can help me look at this. I could be entirely wrong. There's 4 figures that I want to look at. The first 2, figures 5 and 10, I think they're the same image with different captions.
I believe you're talking about the floor plan and the blueprints
Yeah.
for that. Yes, because we knew we had the original blueprints as built, we went ahead and used that floor plan, which I believe is this one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also showed these in with the scope of all the blueprints. Instead of having someone use modern CAD and draw out the same. Does that help?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then also figures 15B and 16B. Um, 15B is the whose deeds and records. The caption says that it's Perrin Park Company to City of Marshfield, but the image says John F. Williams, not Perrin Park. And then 16B is the John F. Williams deed to.
I believe in the deeds, John F. Williams is the representative for the Perham Park Company. And they were a group of individuals that were, we used to call them rainmakers. They came to town in the late 1800s selling a lot of land that was where the park currently is, and later went bankrupt during the Depression in Los Angeles, California. But they deeded that piece of land from a community that they were planning that started, I think, in the late 1800s through the mid-teens. There are some one-reelers showing Coos County producing one-reel films to try to get industry and people there. And I believe that that company was one of those that had an agent by the name of Mr. Smith there doing their biddings by the time this thing was built.
That helps. Thank you.
I had one thing.
Yes.
So the windows are boarded up with plywood, but when the building is being used, are those open? Or
No,
No,
amazingly enough,
okay, that was,
this has been boarded up since, I believe, late 1950s is what references,
Okay.
maybe 1959. They had repaired the windows many times. There's a lot of people that use this guns and shoot windows out with the amount of glass that was constantly replaced. So they put this plywood just over that window. And then on the inside, you can see the windows. Some of them have memorabilia and boards in front of them. Until recently, I've never heard anyone complain about that. As a matter of fact, a lot of people seem to like that cave. We did some community outreach in newspapers, and there's a show, I'm not familiar with it, I apologize, Game of Thrones, like that. People that recreate, I think it's the Recreational Anachronism, Society of Creative Anachronism. And it was, please don't change this because we like using it for our thing. So it's interesting. There are some people who don't like that, but until you can get, I believe they call it riot glass now, that would be protective over that. It's not a very cost efficient situation right now. Yes.
Yeah, because I noticed that there were hinges on some of them.
Yes.
And I couldn't get my head around that it was continued use and still.
Yes, amazingly, kids
Yeah,
love it.
so that's good.
And we have another person that's gonna talk at the end.
Hello. Can you
Hi.
identify yourself and then proceed?
Yes, for the record, my name is Christina Teixeira. I reside at 93752 Lorraine Lane in Coos Bay, Oregon. I am an engineer technician and grant coordinator for the city of Coos Bay and the owner's representative of the nomination for the Mingus Park Community Building. I'm here today to share a bit about why this nomination is so important to our community. The Mingus Park Community Building historic WPA Scout Cabin has long served as a vital gathering space for residents of all ages, a place where our history and culture come together through community events, youth programs, and celebrations for over 85 years. Its unique architecture and rich heritage embody the spirit of our town and represent a tangible link to our past. Our decision to pursue this nomination comes from a deep commitment to preserving a building that has been and continues to be a cornerstone of youth and civic organizations. Over the years, we have witnessed firsthand how the building has provided a sense of unity and identity. By recognizing and protecting its historical significance, we not only honor the efforts of those who came before us, but also ensure that future generations have a space where community ties continue to gather and grow. The process of preparing this nomination has been a journey of discovery and reflection. Extensive research, including consultations with local historians, community leaders, and longtime residents, have uncovered layers of history embedded in every log and beam of this building. These conversations have deepened our understanding of the role of the Mingus Park Community Building plays in forging and maintaining community bonds, and they reinforce our belief that preserving such landmarks is essential to sustaining the cultural fabric of our area. Furthermore, this nomination is not just about preserving a physical structure, it's about safeguarding the memories, traditions, and communal interactions that have defined our local identity for generations. By recognizing the Mingus Park Community Building as a historic landmark, we aim to ensure that its legacy continues to inspire and educate future residents about the rich history and unique characteristics of our Oregon's all-star heritage community. I appreciate the opportunity to present this nomination to the committee, and I welcome any questions you might have regarding our research or the building's history. Thank you for considering the significance for the Mingus Park Community Building and for the dedication you all do preserving Oregon's historic places.
Any questions? Christina? Oh,
I had a comment.
Yeah.
I think this is terrific, and it's exciting to be looking at a building that is so integrated into its community. And I'm not sure, but I thought that maybe Stephen Dow Beckham, who was the former chair of this committee, had been the one as a young man who may have listed this first in the historic sites database.
He did.
Yes.
And his father commented in one of the newspaper articles to the editor that was referenced in one of the footnotes. His name was Dow Beckham, Drew Dow Beckham. Something about, are we so pathetic we can't rebuild a cabin or something?
Well, it's probably very excited now. I think it's very exciting for the committee, and it's exciting for me too to see something nominated.
Awesome that you did that.
Under the, I just kind of had one thing that really almost harks back more to the MPD. I feel like this building, it has a strong area of significance in the social area. And I know the way that the MPD was done, it was listed, I talked to Katie about this as a recreation entertainment facility, just because it was kind of as a lodge. But it also is like a community center. And I don't know if it can be listed under two areas of significance or if it's important to do that, but to me, there's a strong case to be made that it is.
I believe, and that was something looking at, when I looked back at the father of every plan you can think of during WPA, this Albert H. Good, if you've looked at his interesting comments, a lot of things on ventilation. the period of significance being 1940 and looking at all the documentation that led up to the construction of this building and the entire community around for what at the time was the largest youth organization in the United States. I believe it, something I read was 1 in 4 people were involved in scouting. So it means either participant, and in the Coos Bay area being a port and a large lumber exporter at that time, also had Sea Scouts, Lone Scouts in 1912, Explorer Scouts, Girl Scouts, campfires, Webelos, webs, all. Yes. So there was a large group of that, and one of the overarching thematics was having a place for kids to be in their community. And I have to trek out to the Coke Hill River or up to Florence or wherever in the past when there wasn't all these WPA bridges and stuff when you're commuting around the coast. And so the decision of looking at other similar lodgings versus community buildings versus cabins with youth engagement was the one that we settled on for the lodges and cabins, and also with the architectural, even though I hate to say this, the snobs at Timberline Lodge didn't want rustic on their plate because it sounded like hillbillies. They embody that heritage of cabins and the feeling that we get from that, even when the windows are boarded.
Anyway, great nation.
Now it's time for our lead reviewer, if there's no more questions.
I actually want to do something a little bit unorthodox because Sarah was not on the committee when these assignments were made, but she wrote the MPD for the property comes back to. So I wanted to open it up and see, since she has expertise, I wanted to offer the opportunity for her to provide me.
But that's nice.
First comments. But okay, well, so then you know, I appreciate the work that went into this. Generally, I think it met all of the characteristics. I didn't think that anything was particularly lacking. I did have some questions about the figures. One of them certainly is answered. I'm gonna have to think about the figures 5 and 10 a little bit and wrap my head around that. I don't get into here much discussion about like technical edits. I have a few. Usually we can just send those over, but I do want to call out because I think it's important for everybody to always keep in mind, please always spell out acronyms the first time you use them in text. I think that it's important to not assume that everybody knows what acronyms. I think my only comment really beyond what we've already discussed is that I felt I had to search a little bit for the details to answer the questions of, does this meet the conditions of the questions that we had to answer, just searching through the document a little bit. So it could have been rearranged to make it a little bit easier for the reader to find what we were looking for. But overall, I think answered all of the questions. Is lots of really great information. I spent 10 years living down in Coos Bay and I love the building. So, I know it well. I think it's a good nomination. Just a few technical edits to work through, and beyond that, not anybody else.
So should we go around the room?
I did enjoy reading about this, and I saw Dr. Beckham's notes in here that around adding it in 1974, and when we went out to Coos Bay previously for another, he was the driver, and it was like having a docent all the way across the state into Coos Bay, and that was my first time being there. So we didn't clearly see this particular one, but I really did. I have context for it in the community that is passionate, to say the least, about its preservation and its buildings. So I really did enjoy it. It was good to see see his name here. Since he's not in the room.
Matt Dietrich, overall, I thought it was a very thorough nomination, really good job on the descriptions, especially the interior and exterior descriptions and the alterations that have been done. That was pretty clear and straightforward, you can follow. So that always makes it easier. I definitely appreciate the narrative, for all 7 levels of integrity, laid those out, each one, and address them. So that's nice. Sometimes it's good to just have that called out instead of integrating it into the narrative. So yeah, overall, very good. One comment on the photos. The good photos, I feel like we've all been inside enough of these types of lodges that when I look at these photos, I really know exactly how this lodge smells in a good way.
They need a smell.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Yeah.
Great. Gregory Shine, thank you very much for putting this together. I do think it's a very strong nomination, and one small observation, and Matt kind of beat me to the punch here on the description. I think the description is very thorough and comprehensive description of the building, and includes the detailed descriptions of the exterior and interior and the alterations made to the structure. But looking especially on page 4, where it talks about the exterior, it talks about the ravines in the area, it made me wonder if I might consider an expanded discussion of the setting to talk about how those 2 ravines in particular might contribute to the building's significance. So were there trailheads there that people would come and stay, and they would be used for, access for hiking or something? Since they're noted, and since there was the West Park or the WPA road work that had been done there in the area, the site, the areas surrounding the site were shaped by work from several different WPA projects. Is there anything in that remaining exterior that additionally connects trailheads or other kinds of features there?
Yeah, I think the difficulty for me, and I'm a novice, wheelhouse normally, when we looked at this site and the expansive work, when the ink was dry for Mr. Hopkins releasing the money from the WPA, Coos County was right there. I don't know if it's valued at several $100,000 now. And they actually, this is a runoff. In our watershed, or Coos watershed, there's 3 creeks that come in here and natural springs. I believe SHPO was involved recently in reviewing another project that was being done because of what it was overlaid on from a previous WPA project. Honestly, from the documentation and information I got, the only thing on this site was that it wasn't one that people that were there knew was going to be inundated by water. It had a natural area that didn't have to have soil moved around, so it cut down the costs. And it appeared from all intents and purposes that the fathers of the community that would be sitting on something like a city council, they were called the planning committee, were also the gentlemen, the doctors, the people in town that were involved in the scouting. They wanted a place for the scouts to have, like now, and they were waiting and watching the different things that, would get a new program of that scope that was new to the country, watching and seeing what was happening with the labor unions versus the, what they say, weed pill around WPA, to make sure that when they started their thing, they had everything ready. And that's why the 8-month from December through July, as we mentioned, the worst weather if you're in the coast, but they knew they'd have the labor and they could get what they needed done. So that was my overarching theme. Anything else afterwards was just the many decades of people. It's almost like it's a malleable place, redoing things. There's just this constant, let's redo that, let's tear that down, let's redo that. And this was on that little tongue that had natural things around it that nobody had or wanted to touch because it wasn't in the normal area where everybody was focusing their vision, which is the lower part of that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You've been very especially like your narrative, the narrative there for the setting and the way that you describing the setting and that the external area as well. So reading that about the ravines and the runoff from the creeks in the area before looking at the photos, it was very. I really appreciate the detail there and the context. And I think it adds to that.
Yeah, it's such an interesting building with like log benches and the design is so interesting and all the blueprints were just great to have. They're easy to see, really clear. And it was good description and like I had said for an earlier nomination, because it has such a community event feel to it, maybe just like an image of an event that took place there for use or opening day or something would be kind of just enhance that part of that story. And also, there is reference that some of the kitchen and bathroom fixtures are original, but you don't really have photographs of that. And there's, that nice blueprint that showed the kitchen setup, and it would be really neat to see the kitchen still with that plan in place.
Well, just not to push my social area of significance any further, but when I was looking at comparables, I was struck when I looked at the photos of this, with the similarity between this building and a place called Camp Lane, that's in Lane County.
Right,
And
Camp Lane.
yeah, and that was built, almost inadvertently built by WPA, while they were living in the area,
Right.
building that tunnel through to.
We just passed that.
Yes, but I just thought, gosh, it seems so similar to it. And that building was intended to be used like as a camp facility for youth and so forth. And I guess it was for a while, actually. But, oh, and that there's a building also, I think it's Creek Falls, it's similar to the concession building. It just kind of has the same kind of building.
Through architect's background, I believe, Caitlin had mentioned to get some information. This gentleman was a shop, what we used to call a shop teacher, industrial arts, depending on when he went to school. And he was a World War I veteran. And he was from a place in Washington. I don't know if there's any people from Washington, Mossy Rock. There was another dam that was built in that area. So it's kind of at the foothills of the range that Mount St. Helens and part of that Cascade. His dad was a pioneer there, so his parents were born in the 1870s. So that gentleman would have probably had a lot of knowledge. He did things on the side, but being in World War I, being from that era in Washington where people were living in that kind of dark, not a lot of glazing available for cabin structures, and that was the material available was wood. May have had some influence, even though they said, get all these different plans and we, the council, want you to build something that looks like this. He did go on, and I described a few other things, he went back to school to get his architectural degree.
I think it's great that there are the blueprints for it, but the Camp Lane, I did not, the brief amount of research I did on that building, I don't believe there were blueprints or even who the architect was.
The city
But I
has all of the.
No, yeah, I think that's just fabulous.
Even the ones that were down, they have. Thank you.
I think that was all. Oh, I love the fact you ended up with that. Love that book.
For the purposes of our discussion, I noticed that these materials did get handed around. Does anyone want to see those?
No, they're in the,
Okay, just want to make sure that they weren't maybe being politely left out on the counter, so we don't see them.
They're smaller versions, but I had to use it, even on this, I had to use glassing to look at it.
My only comments are I liked it, the nomination very much. As one who's often traveled the globe in search of rustic architecture, I'm embarrassed to admit that I actually missed this until the nomination came up. And I've been to Coos Bay enough to where I should have seen it.
They didn't want you to see it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it's kind of like Medford. Oh,
Are you a scout?
no, just interested in rustic architecture.
Oh, I'm just.
It's a good old estate design. But I did, there seemed like there was something of a gap there with comparative property, so. I felt like
It was.
I should start writing a scribbly, well, here's some ideas, and maybe that's something to consider.
Yeah, I did look, one that was saved in Washington, anyone in Bainbridge Island Park and Recreation, the Amalt Cabin. That was a huge, huge project. I'd like to have their budget. That particular one was of a similar era. It's, WK, it's not, and they redid it, but it's not built the same way. Normally, even in Europe, I think there's a church from 1095 that's whole log oak construction. They use the whole log. Usually you wouldn't be splitting it and then putting one on the inside with a timber frame and then one on the outside. But it may be that that was part of the training, because if you're training, I think there were 795 people on the rolls. You had to be on the rolls to get into the WPA in that county, and they were probably looking to train them so that they could work in the lumber industry. There was mining, lumbers, fisheries, forestry, some farming, and maybe that was the impetus behind it, is we're gonna teach you how to cut these logs with maybe a portable sawmill. We've seen this, some of the logs that are from the enclosed area where you could see that saw blade that went down through there, because that's not the easiest. Normally you just take the log and stick it upright and call her good.
Yeah, no, interesting things going on at the time, like having to reconstruct our entire state highway system because of truck logging. Anyway, I just, my thoughts there are all on the generous and positive side, so. Really. But I thought, given that it's getting to be 2:20, is it time for,
What do we want to do?
Yeah, take a vote.
yeah, we'll take a vote. And so, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we recommend the nomination for the Mayor's Park Community Building, forward to the keeper under criteria, A and C with, the revisions discussed, and then, yes. There you go.
That'll work.
Is there a second?
Second.
There you go.
All right, and it's time for the roll call vote. There's no more discussion. Starting with
Gwendolyn Schreiss, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Kathy Rippey, aye.
Gregory Shine, aye.
Jacqueline Chung, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
Steve Martin.
And for the record, we'll say, Cassie Ruby.
Okay, can we just keep going? I know that we're
Thank you.
a little compressed with time, and thank you both for your testimony and answering your questions. Should we just keep going and, what? A quick powder? Okay. Good to the washroom. Yeah. Okay, about time. Okay,
You have to
okay, so 5 minutes. Great. Excuse me. Next item is a multiple property documentation form whose title is Oregon Country Methodist Mission Sites. 1834 to 1847.
I'll leave it with that presentation.
And Katie will give, the presentation.
As you said, now we're considering the Oregon Country Methodist Mission Site, 1847 Angel Property Documentation. The geographic boundaries of this MPD encompass the known extent of the 6 Methodist mission stations established in Oregon Country between 1834 and 1847. It's a period of significance by the MPD. Section E begins with an introduction that covers the general history and significance of the Methodist mission, and then it's then divided into 6 contexts, one for each of the 6 mission stations, organized in order of their themes. As a reminder, for entities that are successful, Section E is developed with sufficient depth and relationships and importance of the properties that are being considered under the each of the 6 contexts in this entity are location specific. One includes subsection, mission work, building construction, and exposure of the station in question. Section F identifies property types, which are groups of individual properties that are characterized by common physical or socioeconomic needs, and the registration requirements under which those properties. The section includes general registration requirements, as well as specific registration requirements that apply to individual property types and charging station locations. So in the last property that we reviewed, the general registration requirements for all properties that were constructed within WPA and PWA in Oregon. And the general registration requirements for this entity specify that any property eligible under this entity needs to be located within the established geographic the known Methodist mission site within Oregon, not just must be constructed within the 1834. Must demonstrate significance under criterion A in the areas of exploration, technology, association with Methodist churches activities in the Oregon country between 1834 and must possess sufficient integrity of location, association, material. So the section F portion of the document also gives some guidance on how to identify appropriate site boundaries or district boundaries, level of significance, and then other applicable criteria and criteria of consideration. A couple things to note: no property would be eligible under this entity, can be eligible under pretty significant under criteria and B, and all of them satisfy criteria and consideration as they were constructed by a religious organization that was good, but they're significant for reasons other than this. Section F of an entity also identifies specific registration requirements, and those apply to individual types of different property. This entity identifies just one associated property type. So within that type, the entity identifies 4 components. By historic occupation, they're known to archaeological sites.
Can I interrupt you real quick and just have you speak up just a little bit over?
So to facilitate evaluation, that entity it's only got one associated property type, but it divides the property type specific portion of section F into 6 subsections. Those correspond to the 6 contexts. Each of these subsections describes which site components or are likely to be present at a given mission station. And each of these subsections also provides descriptions, mission information, significance information, lists of archaeological features, excavation requirements, and research questions. The remainder these ones consist of section G, geographical data, identifies the geographical area and potential eligible properties. Section H, which includes an explanation of the methods. Section I, which includes the documents and the references, and the additional documentation that in the section B includes historic images, maps, the six mission stations that correspond to context and requirement. Information to it's certain in 2024 and indigenous stories. Questions committee to consider today. The section E provide adequate context to evaluate the significance of properties listed in the meeting. The section F adequately define the type of property to be eligible. Really communicate general and specific. Need to meet the eligible. And in section H, the geographic data identified as makes sense for the property to be eligible. And is the section H methodology relevant historic context and other requirements. We did not receive any public comments for this meeting, but we do have for that there was a committee having questions.
Also, although I feel like it's could be, but are there any conflicts or potential conflicts of interest related to the NPD? Yeah, I'd like to find a case study where it wasn't. Anyway, the public testimony.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Fitzgerald. I am the Historic Preservation Program Manager and City Archaeologist for the City of Salem here in Oregon. And I'll say, even though I've been identified as a preparer, there were many people who worked on this document. I just want to acknowledge Brad Bowden is also here. I also want to acknowledge his colleague Libby Provost and Liz Carter, who both developed this, the MPD and the individual nomination. And I also really want to acknowledge Elizabeth Walton Potter, who's also here, the amount of work that she did during a time when there was no internet, nothing was scanned. It was just remarkable. It was a solid foundation for us to begin on. I also want to share a little bit of the context for how this project came about. So we did receive a certified local government grant. So the city of Salem in 2020 we updated our historic preservation plan to include a goal specifically towards identifying and designating archaeological sites and cultural landscapes. And in 2020, we did our first excavation at the Mill Place site. And we also have a tribal roundtable. So the 3 tribes that have an interest in Salem, which include the Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Confederate Tribes of Siletz Indians, and the Confederate Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation. They all also identified, because we were trying to figure out the importance of better understanding this initial contact period. So that period of time that we're looking at here when the Euro-Americans first came and settled. Initially, we were just looking at Salem and the Willamette Valley, but of course we expanded that, so it became a little bit bigger than what we initially thought, but it made sense. So this goal, again, in our preservation plan and also with our tribes has been it's been collaborative. And for every phase of the excavation that we're doing, we're involving the tribes and engaging the public. And I just want to point out that we're not just wanting to, through this document, share the perspective of the Euro-American history. We're really trying to understand the Indigenous perspective. So, for example, in the NPD, the finding and documenting the list of names of the students was something that was very important. And we are going to be doing some future work with the tribes on how to do some healing around that. So I just want to give you a little context of how this fits into the larger work we're doing.
Any questions?
Sorry, can I say one more thing? I'm not sure how to do it. So this was reviewed by our Landmarks Commission last night. And sorry for the delay, but there is a letter that was submitted to Katie. I just want to thank Katie for all her help. Sorry for the delay, but I think it's cool. So,
No questions.
Anyone else? Questions? And maybe I'll wait till comments a little bit. Well, thank you for giving us the background. And maybe we can then start with, as a lead reviewer.
Yes, thank you very much. What a pleasure it was to review this package. This is my first experience in MPD, so I want to thank you all for preparing me well. I also will have some questions and would like to lean on my colleagues, especially those with background in archaeology that I do not have. But I wanted to start off and kind of walk through this really through the sections and have to share some feedback kind of section by section, starting with the section E and starting to answer those questions. Does section E provide adequate context to evaluate the significance of properties that can be listed under this NPD? So in reading through section E, my observation is that yes, that section E effectively both establishes the significance of the Oregon Country Methodist Mission exploration and settlement as a historical context, and also provides a very solid framework for evaluating the eligibility of individual properties for inclusion in an MPD. MPD meaning multiple property documentation. Sure, said that earlier. The sources clearly articulate the context, national and regional significance. The text really underscores how the context is distinctive and possesses a definable geographical scope for describing the 6 mission sites in Oregon and Washington, providing specific timeline boundaries for the period of active mission work. Beyond these broad themes, it also explores individual mission statements, illuminating their specific contributions to the context significance. Each one offers detailed accounts of the mission establishment, construction, daily operations, insights into the complex relationships between the missionaries, indigenous tribes, and other settlers, and analysis of the mission's impact on the cultural and physical landscape. To acknowledge all of that. The sources meticulously identify the types of properties associated with this context. Of particular note is I appreciate the impact of epidemics and pulling that information together, such as the devastating malaria outbreak in the early 1830s, acknowledging that and adding a critical layer to understanding the contexts, a human toll and its the implications for the mission's efforts. I think a key contribution lies in the section's identification of key research questions and the potential for future archaeological investigations to address them. The sources acknowledge the need for detailed surveys and comparative analysis. They lack information on prior archaeological research at these specific mission sites. The gap underscores the significance of the context as a very fertile ground for future research and its potential to yield valuable data on construction methods, and architectural evolution, subsistence practices, and others. So I say in summary that I really see section E is comprehensively establishing historical context significance, and it really provides a robust framework for evaluating the eligibility of individual properties. The strengths really I see lying in the detailed narratives, the identification of property types, the acknowledgement of research potential, and the inclusion of multiple perspectives, including indigenous perspectives, which you mentioned in your from your earlier presentation. And I do see this as a yes and situation, because I think in addition to these wonderful resources, I think it could also benefit from some additional source material, specifically the letters of Dr. John McLaughlin from the Hudson's Bay Company. Those, as the chief factor at Hudson's Bay Company Fort Vancouver, was in direct contact with Reverend Lee and the other players, and he regularly wrote letters and about his experiences that he was having, and I believe it's the Hudson's Bay Record Society, now administered through the Champlain Society, has published 3 volumes, 1,600 pages of these letters, and there's some valuable content there that I think could really enhance the narrative that just put together here, because not only in his letters, he was sending those up to the governor committee of the Hudson's Bay Company in London, so like the CEO and board of directors. So it really builds this international connection as well. He was telling them about the Willamette, the Willamette settlement, and work with the Methodist missionaries, and sending that information up and then responding back to questions that they had in London about this. So I didn't see those references in there, but I think that they would certainly add and contribute to this. Moving on to section F, and really seeing does section F, does it clearly communicate the general and specific registration requirements for a property would need to be eligible for the National Register. Well, my reading is yes, that it clearly communicates. It starts with introduction. It outlines the general registration requirements. Further elaborates on how to establish significance under each of the National Register criteria, and also addresses the eligibility of districts composed of multiple sites. Then I also looking toward exploring those questions there. Do these requirements cover all the necessary aspects of an eligibility argument? Criteria for significance, areas of significance, periods of significance, etc. I will lean heavily on my colleagues for these, but in my reading as not an archaeologist, the registration requirements encompass those necessary aspects of a National Register eligibility argument, aligning with the guidance that's in section F. I also think that the registration requirements appear reasonable, align with the National Register thresholds for eligibility and the nature of the resources that are associated with the Oregon Country Methodist Mission. And also that I think the section F provides a comprehensive and clear definition of eligible property types in the context. Again, as my reading as a historian and archaeologist. One of the things, and there might be discussion about this amongst ourselves, but the tailored registration requirements, and looking specifically at them being very tailored, because the body of resources is very discrete. So I wanted to flag that for any discussion from my archaeology colleagues. But then in conclusion, though, I think it's section F effectively, to me, defines a property types eligible for the register in the CPD context. Moving over to section G, specifically looking at does the geographical data identified in the nominations section, does it make sense for the properties that might be eligible under the NPD? Does it encompass all? I think generally it does. However, my thought, and again, interested in my colleagues' thoughts on this, but could it be improved by providing more precise boundary descriptions for the overall area and for each individual mission statement, using things like the model that we have, use like route numbers, route names, topographical features. So is more specificity needed there in section G? Then moving to section H, I found that let's see. Looking at the methodology, is it adequate for a reader to understand how the data was collected and how the historic contexts in section E were determined and how the requirements. My reading, yes, section H provides a thorough explanation of the methods employed in conducting the survey data. It also explicitly states how the historical contexts were determined, I believe. It also effectively answers the fourth question in the Park Service Bulletin. It outlines the derivation of integrity requirements for listing member properties. Then there were also some comments in a memorandum that was sent on November the 15th in response to an earlier version of the MPD form. And so I went through and reviewed those, and I just wanted to mention a few that I thought that I have additional questions on. In one of the asks in the memorandum was that asked to please add additional detail concerning the derivation of the integrity requirements in section F. For instance, address whether these requirements were based on knowledge of the condition of existing properties, on predictions derived from a study of historic land use, or on other factors. So my question to my colleagues here, especially my archaeologists, is what do you think? If you look at the second paragraph at page H89, it doesn't include explicit details about the derivation of the integrity requirements, but the section H does discuss how the authors developed the registration requirements for archaeological sites and how they determined the scope and type of Methodist operations. So would this be, in your reading, is this sufficient for meeting this request? I don't know if I should leave that as kind of a floating question that we can discuss later in people's individual comments, or should I put it on there? Here too.
I will just leave it up to comments.
Great. Okay. And then looking at the appendix for the required revisions, noted that they asked for some specifically MPD's appendix must avoid including certain materials simply for general information purposes. Please remove anything that's not directly cited in the text as important supportive evidence. I think overall this appears to have been done. There are two figures. This is a minor point. Figure 8 and figure 26 that you could consider deleting. I didn't see the direct relevance to the text. Understanding that note, it's a minor point. And then they also asked for the naming conventions on the associated map, figure 1, to match those in section E. They do match, but there's a typos and things in there which I will provide to Hayden. So overall, that's my my initial review and comments of this MPD. I want to thank you all for the thorough, obviously thorough research and multiple years of research going into this, and then up to my colleagues for any comments.
Cassie or Jackie? Yeah.
Well, being from, I appreciate all the work that went into this, and I really like the use of, all those primary sources. Really, so much detail and specifics about construction and how the houses were built. But being from the Dalles, there's kind of an incorrect location for the Wasco Pump Station. And I think there's a misunderstanding about the relationship between Fort Dow and the Methodist mission. Because the Methodist mission was, when it was abandoned in 47, was occupied by Oregon volunteers for a short time. When the US Army came in to establish Fort Dow, it was not enough of a space for them. And they actually began building the fort over to the west, where Fort Dallas is, where the surgeon's quarters still remain today. So, and when the Methodists came to the Dalles, they established their place next to a spring, and those springs are still in town. One of them's on the grounds of the high school. It's covered by a concrete vault, but that's where everyone knows the main spring is. And there's a secondary spring just a little bit down the road next to a residential building. And a lot of locals know where that is too. And so, and where the Methodist mission is believed to have started is near those springs, which is near the high school, where the high school is now. And the fort, when Fort Dallas was established, a lot of that area had been used as a garden because the spring kind of watered those gardens. And Pulpit Rock is just a little bit, it's just like south of that. So, so I feel like the Pulpit Rock and the spring are more part of where the Wasco Palm Station is than the location of Fort Down. And I have gathered a lot of miscellaneous information from, and some of it is, local history, memories from a woman who wrote reminiscences about her life in the 1850s, and also some, maps of Fort Dalles, and there was a boundary dispute at some point between the settlers, the military reservation, and the Methodist claim. So there's maps that show all the different claims. That's my main issue. And then also, so that's mainly, I just was going through books and maps and stuff I had, trying to just gather as much as I. And so it might also be useful to maybe include some of those photos of like what Pulpit Rock looks like today in the middle of the street. Just a couple days ago. Or, what the spring looks like at the high school, which is a concrete vault on high school ground. And then, and there's been a lot of grading and, street stuff going on there, but I think, sometimes people still find, if there's ground disturbance, might find some Native American artifacts. It's one of those things that now I'm like, it'd be interesting to knock on people's doors. Did you find in your backyard in this neighborhood? Because I think there is probably an element still there. And other thing I had was, there was a line that I think it's on section E, page 17, that said that archaeological evidence was the best means of understanding the lives of the Methodists, which I was like, well, maybe. I mean, it's a great means now to kind of round out that story. Maybe just a little
editing of the language would be like, it does give us a lot of other information, may not always be captured by the historic record. It's just another tool to help us. I have some other issues, but I hope I don't need to go into too much detail here.
Next. Oh, well, I had a couple of things about it. It seemed to me that in reading both the MPD and the nomination, but that's some discussion. The Oregon country kind of got mixed up with territory, Oregon, and I think there was maybe a little bit about the treaty that should be, again, concise. And I did bring a map, thinking that figure 3 didn't quite do it. But I have an alternative in case you want to see that. That shows it as of early 1846. And there were also some questions I had about, assimilations of tough to actually show evidence of. And because we don't have really a basis of comparison. Were the Methodists more effective as opposed to the Presbyterians or Baptists or Roman Catholics? Probably we will never know. So those are difficult questions that are, and I wasn't just terribly keen on the tying stuff to ideologies, just because they're slippery to start with. And they're usually they're great punching bags to show what's wrong about manifest destiny, and there's a number of others that all seem to have popped up at the time. So I'm not sure what to do about it, other than perhaps maybe something more like motivations for some, and maybe a little bit the French Prairie people that were there beforehand kind of treated as sort of they're not given much life in this document. And I know there were some contrary views about Jason Lee and the missionaries in reference to land titles, potential land titles. At a time, of course, it was joint occupancy. So what do you do? And of course, that's what Shampoo was. Try to keep what title you think you have versus losing it. So anyway, those were the questions. I do have all this. You're welcome to read my markup. Anyone else? Comments?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you for doing this. And again, it's what I heard earlier today it's about context. And it's so important that you initially shared that you're working with the tribes and that you're showing. I mean, it's important to be flexible. If you're not, then you're not doing the work, right? So to be flexible, to listen to the people that were there before and to keep their context in it, even if it might take you longer to get to it. It's worth it to be inclusive in that space, to get it right for everyone that they're willing to be a part of. And there's a certain amount of trust that goes with this kind of information sharing and telling of our past. And someone mentioned earlier about healing work. There's a lot of things that go into trying to get it right in this way. So I so appreciate everyone's partners and willingness. And to just keep forging ahead in that.
It is, I forgot to add, it is a great effort. This is an amazing amount of material to try to assimilate and then get everybody to say, all right, that's fine. I can live with that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's MPDs can be difficult when there's so much stuff in the universe. How do you figure out how to define the universe that you're working with in the MPD? And that's kind of what I'm hearing from everybody else. That's sort of how I felt as well. So I won't regurgitate a lot of this stuff, but just real quickly, maybe I'm not remembering it from section E, but in terms of defining the universe, I thought there were more Methodist mission sites in Washington. And if so, why weren't those considered?
There were.
Really? I thought there were.
No.
Okay, great.
Well, well, do you want me to, there was an original dream of more, but they were.
They were never established. Okay, yeah, like I said, I maybe was remembering that from the section. So that's good. Yeah, I think maybe just some additional organization and clarification and some of the sections would be helpful based on what everybody else had said would be.
Well, it might be also helpful, but there seems like the Methodists were sort of calling on themselves. It's what, to provide a structure that, given distance and a number of other factors, really hard to maintain in terms of even financial viability. Later on, the Methodists were instrumental in Klamath Reservation, and there's still an Indian Mission church that's the tribe now has. And it seemed like later on, that one of the keys to success was indigenous clergy versus in that early period, they were just right using English when. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, I'll just note that I agree with the comments made. I think the thing that I really took away from this was your attempts to make sure that you are really clearly incorporating the Native here and impacts to that community. And I just want to say it's clear that a lot of work has gone into this document and really great job. I'm so proud of you and everybody that's working on this. I know it's a lot of hands, but great job. Just want to acknowledge that. I think for me, the thing that I stood out the most was in the sections where you were breaking down the different in section E, I think it was, you're breaking down the different communities. Sections 3, 4, 5, and 6, I thought were really well detailed, but sections 1 and 2 didn't feel like they had the same level of effort put into the tribal existence and experience at the time. So I think they felt imbalanced. And so I think a little bit more effort to those, that experience right there, which will just help round out the conversation just a little bit. There's some technical things that we don't need to discuss here, but I just did a great job. I do, questions in G and H. I don't know that I have any specific comments for section H. Section G could be just a little bit clearer, maybe for that boundary. But I think that overall. Did you get all of your questions answered?
Yes.
I didn't really have anything to add particular. I do agree with the committee. But again, also back pretty well done. I mean, it's one thing to be doing it. It's another thing to be doing it. There's so much difficulty. And it's better to be doing it now than 20, 40 years ago. Yeah, it'll be a better document.
Plus, it's one of those topics that it seems like everybody that's grown up here has their own views, so you're always going to hear this. What about, so, great. All right, any further? Oh,
I'm ready to make the motion. I move that the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation recommend the MPD to the State Historic Preservation Officer with the revisions discussed.
Any clarification, discussion? Otherwise, we'll take a roll call.
Gwendolyn Trice, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Cassie Rippey, aye.
Gregory Shine, aye.
Catherine Chung, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
Steve Mark. Thanks, Kim.
Thanks all of you.
We'll transition over to the nomination.
So now that we do the MPD, we will now consider the nomination for the Mill Place House site. And the Jason Lee House site and the Green Garden. The specific location for this property can be found on the copy of the nomination that was shared with you in the study meeting. Because an archaeological involved is otherwise conditionally exempt from public disclosure under Oregon Revised Statute 92.345. Redacted copy of the nomination was made available. It is still. The Mill Place House site comprises one contributing resource, an archaeological dated in the Mill Place. The house was constructed in 1841 for Reverend Jason Lee, relocated off-site in 1960. It was permanently relocated to the Thomas K. Roller Mill site owned by the Willamette Heritage District, and it was listed in the National Register in 1973. The site of the house is currently utilized as a shared parking lot. Archaeological testing completed in 2020 confirmed that the foundation for the house is extant underneath. The foundation material is composed of a regularly shaped brick, and additional construction materials include wood, glass, nails, and other domestic art. The nomination asserts that the archaeological site satisfies the integrity requirements in section F, the Oregon Country Methodist report 1827. While the property around the site has been redeveloped, the topography below the surface, design, circulation, and location below the surface of the house's original brick foundation. The property therefore retains sufficient integrity in the areas of location, design, and material to convey the site association with the original. Some poorly diagnostic artifacts, including transfer print ceramics used by Methodist missionaries during the school, further convey the site association with the Methodist area. The nomination for the Mill Place House site asserts that the property meets the registration requirements of the MPD, which is for the archaeological site, and the dwelling. Under the nomination argues that the property is of statewide significance in the areas of exploration for association with the operation. The mission's efforts to Christianize, assimilate, and acculturate indigenous people. Plus the broader national ideologies of westward expansion and manifest destiny that will the component of the Methodist Mission Central Station, which provided support to the station. The nomination said. The nomination also properties of local significance under criterion D in the area of archaeology. Structural remains and temporally diagnostic artifacts identified at this site have been, and the nomination argues are likely to yield important information about artifacts between indigenous people and the first missionaries just before thousands of dollars began. Right. The period of significance under both criteria begins in 1841, when Methodist missionaries constructed the mill, and it ends in 1844, which is when the Methodist Church started the association with the Methodist missionaries.
Some questions for the committee to consider today. Does the nomination make the case the Milton's House site meets those registration requirements? Possession has to be for statewide significance under criterion A and for local significance under criterion D. Additionally, does the nomination adequately specify? And finally, does the nomination adequately the site to provide and to illustrate the integrity of this? As Kim mentioned, we did not receive the CLB's comments on the proposed nomination. We can share them with you. No public comments were received, but I think really is here and the nominations. Are there any questions?
The next question is, are there any conflicts, either actual or potential, involving the nomination?
I'll just mention, even though I don't think it's a conflict, that I was able to volunteer.
I don't have a feeling that you should immediately step down.
So the trick there, Jacqueline, is you simply say that you don't think that it would impede your ability to make an independent decision.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna impede my ability to make the decision. Thank you.
And well, next up will be Jacqueline, who will be the lead reviewer.
Yeah, well, thanks for putting this together. It was, to me, remarkable that the foundation of the Basin Lee House just remained intact under a parking lot in Salem. And that there was the opportunity to carry out the archaeological excavations at the site, and that I was fortunate enough to be one of the many volunteers that worked on. And I kind of feel like some of the descriptions of the archaeology portion of this could be kind of stronger to really make that case, because we expose remnants of the basement and the brick foundation, and it would be it would help to have more description of, we have a section that looks like we have an intact section with mortar. We can kind of have information about, how much was exposed, which parts of the foundation they might belong to, whether we got to the bottom of the basement. It seemed like as I read that, there was little bits of information that, I know we have the information, just want to see it in there and see it kind of really, strongly stated to make the case. And also because this could be like an example for some of the other nominations that could come up. I think that's kind of important to kind of establish that kind of standard. And also, so did the artifacts get analyzed, or that you have a catalog and all the art? Okay, because I think in this, I forgot to mention it. I think in the MPD there was a paragraph in there that was not as clearly stated. It seemed to state that that was something that could be done in the future, when I think if it's already done. It just needed like a little sentence to kind follow through. Mhm. And the section that dealt with the artifacts, I think it could have been organized in a way that made it, that focused us on how many artifacts were dated, that were recovered, that dated to that mission period, and then just kind of maybe briefly mention there was a mix of 19th and 20th century artifacts. Focus on this. These are the important things we're gonna talk about and how they relate, and maybe even like a general percentage of. And there was, a few terms that, on nail that were like square tops. I'm like, okay, that's either a rot nail or a medium cut nail, and just kind of clean up some of that terminology a little bit. And then sometimes when there was talk of diagnostic artifacts, it was not really clear what you meant by that, what was meant by diagnostic to a certain period, diagnostic of ceramic type, or identifiable. And then there's just needed a little bit of extra information about those ceramic patterns and how they related back to the other site, because the one was just called Hudson, and I'm assuming it's a pattern name, but it could also have been a manufacturer. Just a little clarification. And I think under some of those general research questions, it's kind of, in some of those areas, and there is mention that we have a limited scope of the excavation. And it almost seems like that could have been just at the very beginning, kind of like to set the stage, and that would kind of enable, then you don't have to repeat it in here. We would kind of already know we have a limited scope, but that's big, but this is what we have, and this is, why, even with this small amount of excavation and few artifacts, it still tells the story and makes a case. And then maybe just a little bit of additional figures. I realized that there was a map that showed the GPR, but then it would have been good to see a map that showed the excavation unit, maybe the footprint of the building, and then where we actually found remnants of the foundation. And I have just a few other minor things that could be added, just like captions. Just, a little detail or a little extra would really make this a really strong application.
I also inadvertently skipped a step, which is the opportunity for you to provide additional public testimony. But the two are so closely.
I don't know. They need to, I do just want to acknowledge again, the year 2020, if you recall, there was some stuff going on. And we were out on site in April 2020 doing the excavations. And so the city had coordinated with the private property owner. So I just want to acknowledge the private property owner who at the time, this was the first time we decided to do a public-private partnership to do archaeology in, and we had a very short amount of time to do it because this property owner was, had permits in and was going to be redeveloping the property. So I just want to acknowledge that property owner's support of our work and also acknowledge all the volunteers that came out during a very challenging time doing archaeology in mass and during, you know, COVID. So, yeah. And
I also really appreciated the fact that we were able to get a place to stay while we came to volunteer.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate your coming and, yeah. Eric too.
Other comments from committee members?
Yeah, so I think the only thing that I would add is, I would like to see a clear description of what limited in scope and duration due to the COVID-19 pandemic means. If we're thinking about when this is going to be looked at and used, when, you know, we're talking about 20 or 50 years down the road, or even maybe 10 years, you know, that description to understand that. I think like what's happening. And I think you mentioned it in two different places. So just kind of seeing that clean up a little bit.
Small item to add, kind of building on, I think connected to what Jack was talking about earlier. I think it could possibly benefit from a more explicit discussion of the archaeological finds and how they contribute specifically to the site's ability to convey its historical significance. I'm very impressed with the work that went into it and when it went into it and the result here. Thank you. Yeah.
Matt Dietrich, just to echo Jackie and Greg's comments on, this is the first nomination under the MPD, so set the bar really high. So I think making the adjustments that they spoke to will really help with that. And my other comment is it's always amazing to find intact archaeology where you never expected to find it. It's under parking lots, under highways, right next to bridges. It's like, it's going to be disturbed. Oh, no, wait. There it is. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Never underestimate people's laziness.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have to move it, you don't.
This is just really exciting to me, hearing more about archaeology and thinking about the connection to the people that live there and trying to make it, I would say the documentation of it should make the story, but when you tie it to whatever journals or different homes that were in spaces, you can begin to understand a little bit more of the people. This is just so exciting.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to add, but again, it was a great effort. I really support Jackie's comments, so specific and excellent, and I also feel too that would make it more useful to subsequent nominations if the artifacts were delineated a little bit more completely, because they'll be finding the same things at those places, and it kind of make that easier, and it'll link the sites together.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of adding is what the marker said was Salem began here. So you got that at worst, you know. Yeah, it makes it at least locally significant, no matter what you do. Anyway, is it time to make a motion from our lead reviewer?
Okay, I move that we accept this nomination for the Mill Place House site under the Methodist Mission Sites MPD and forward this to the keeper under statewide and local significance under criteria A and D,
With revisions.
with the revisions that we've discussed.
Second,
Second.
roll call vote.
Gwendolyn Trice, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Cassie Rippey, aye.
Jeffrey Shine, aye.
Jacqueline Chung, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
Steve Martin. Right, looks like that passed. Thank you. Okay, one more. This has to do with jail.
I could have just a couple minutes, give a little context on this nomination. So Val is the staff member who wrote this nomination. And this is part of a development project that we do. Val works as the program assistant for the special assessment and fed tax program in the register. But we're trying to build a program that's able to promote within. If you're familiar with state employment, if you stick within your job description, you will never acquire the skills to ever promote. So this is an extra project that Val picked up. And no, he's not expecting a free pass from the committee just because he's on staff. But this is an extra project he picked up to build some of the skills in his resume, and we'll be adding this to his feathered cap already. So as part of his project. So I just want to give a little bit of context on why the staff prepared nomination.
If it doesn't pass, does he go back on probation?
No, he's already passed probation. I'll add this little note. Sometimes, you know, when we pick up nominations to staff, it's often because either they're on the preparer side, there's either a gap in skill, or so the nomination can be very complex, or they bring something forward and they just, for whatever reason, can't just take, they have other things pulling on their lives and they can't quite finish it off. Or in some cases, someone might bring it up and they may lose interest in it. We think it's important, it's something that kind of aligns with the plan. So with their permission and the owner's permission, of course, we pick it up. In this particular case, the property owner or the advocate was very interested in it, just that there was a skill gap here in kind of pulling us across. So we thought this would be a good nomination. The plan lays out as a priority listing properties in rural areas because they tend not to have quite the same interest or expertise to get those done. So we decided to take this on, and Val volunteered to do the job.
Way to go.
And we're gonna make you sit over the man. That's true.
Just to design a card.
Yeah.
What's happening? I'll give you a little introduction. We can now consider our last nomination for the day. City Jail, also known as the Old City Jail. In Fort Worth. Jail is a public building associated with Fort Worth's early days as an incorporated city under the leadership of Mayor Gilbert. He was also the leader of the state of Jefferson movement, called for the creation of a new state formed by the concession. Several counties in southern Oregon and northern California. The former jail building is located in a mix of residential buildings on the southeast side of Fort Worth, block north of Highway 101. And the nominated boundaries move very closely to the building. All that remains of a larger lot that also includes two other city buildings that were 1958. The jail itself is a one-story flat utilitarian building with a small rectangular footprint, 15 by 20. Constructed of board formed concrete, symmetrical primary facade with single door, barred window. It features a chimney and a small opening. The interior has plastic walls divided into 2 small cells. Each of the cells contains the remnants of a toilet, and one of them has an excellent seal. Alterations have been minimal, but include the replacement of the roofing material, you can see on the left hand, and the window bar. So the nomination asserts that Fort Worth City Jail is significant under 2 criteria. First, it argues that the jail is locally significant under criterion A in the area of politics. Last remaining building in the connection to the early days of city governance. All the other buildings associated with the city government were destroyed in the 1958 fire that I went, where they did some altered. This is the last building that provides physical connection to that period of the city's life. Second, the nomination argues that the jail is a statewide significance under criterion B, also in the area of politics and government. For a significant association with the city's first mayor, Gable was the city's incorporation and worked to promote not only the city but the region. He was also leader of the state of Jefferson movement that I mentioned earlier. He's called for several counties along the Oregon California border to secede and form a new state with Gable. The movement gained momentum in late 1941 and then that happened in Gable in December 1941. That was a short movement in terms of its connection with Gable. The nomination serves that jail is the last intact building in Fort Worth to Gable's leadership. It provides the best example. The period of significance under both criteria begins in 1939, which is the year that the building is constructed, and ends in 1941, which is the Gable. 1939 to 1941 represents the extent of the building's association with government administration, and with Gable himself. In summary, the discussion for the committee today is, does the nomination make the case for local significance under criterion A for its association with government administration? Does the nomination make the case for statewide significance under criterion B for its association with Gilbert Gable? And does the property retain sufficient integrity to communicate its significance? I'd like to add that we reviewed the CLG's recommendation of the nomination with no additional comment. This was provided to the committee via email. No other public comments. Review of the nomination prepared today, as well as the chair of the board initiated this nomination. They'll be joining us.
Is it, before we start, any committee member or potential conflict of interest? Seeing public testimony. First.
Promoted to panel.
Hi. Am I up?
You're up.
Oh, okay. My name's Rick Cook and I'm chairman of the Port Orford Historic Preservation Commission. And I want to thank Val Ballestrom for all the help. He did most of the work on that, the lion's share on our application. I want to thank him for his time. I jotted down a couple things here I just wanted to say. Nominating the city jail and getting it on the National Registry, I think will help preserve the structure and will also help record the pre-war history of Port Orford. In spite of Mayor Gilbert Gable's attempt to civilize Port Orford, the old jail reminds us that Port Orford was still a frontier logging town. That old West spirit still existed when I moved here in 1976. The old jail can be seen from Highway 101, and tourists as well as residents frequently stop and take photos. There has been times the jail has been unlocked and people would go inside and they'd peer out through the bars and get their picture taken, and it was always kind of funny. And I've got a geocache that I found. We keep the jail locked now, and so there was a geocache in the jail for a while between 2012 and 2014. And I'm trying to find out who put it in there. I'll give it back to them. I'm not sure what else I need to say. I'm willing to answer any questions you got.
Rick, would you mind stating your address?
Pardon me?
Would you mind stating your address for the record?
My personal address? You want street address or a P.O. Box 871, Port Orford, Oregon, 705 Oregon Street, Port Orford, Oregon.
Thank
Thank you all for having me today. For the record, my name is Val Ballester. I'm the Preservation Bureau Assistant, as you mentioned, with the State Historic Preservation Office. 725 Summer Street Northeast, Suite C, Salem, Oregon 97301. I assisted Rick Cook with research, writing, and preparation of the National Register nomination form for the Port Orford City Jail. I've been a practicing historian since around 2005 in Oregon, working with Oregon Encyclopedia, Milwaukee Museum, Architectural Heritage Center, and most recently here in the SHPO office. And I feel very fortunate to have had this opportunity to assist in the preparation of this nomination. From the outset of working on this nomination, I recognized the significance of Gilbert Gable to the southwestern corner of the state and the area that is still widely thought of as the state of Jefferson. Much has been written about Gable, some of which isn't all that positive, but I tried to sift through all the information I could find to get a sense of his significance in Port Orford and throughout the region. I tried to demonstrate in this nomination that Gable's significance is clear, whether or not his methods and motivations may have been questionable. Not only was Gable important to Port Orford, he was also of importance to Bandon, the broader region of southwestern Oregon, and into Northern California due to his civic and business-related actions, many of which were taken while he was serving as Port Orford's mayor. Also, as mentioned in the nomination, there's barely anything left in Port Orford that is specifically connected to its early years as an incorporated city. For all its modesty, the jail was the first building constructed by the city after incorporation, and today offers the last intact physical connection to those early years with Gable as mayor. Because of its connection to Gable, the Port Orford Jail also offers a tangible connection to what were foundational times in the state of Jefferson movement that for a short while was led by Gable. And as Katie mentioned, this is a movement that still resonates with residents throughout the region. Working on this nomination presented a number of challenges. As noted in the nomination, records and photos of the jail and other civic buildings in Port Orford during the period of significance are mostly non-existent. Relevant city records were apparently destroyed by those fires in 1958. Thankfully, we have digital access to newspapers like in Coos Bay and Medford, which gave me the ability to research contemporaneous accounts of Gable and his actions and his many projects, and also the state of Jefferson movement at that time and what people were saying about it and what was happening. The Port Orford Jail is all that is physically left to tell the important story of Port Orford during its early years after incorporation. It's also directly connected to Gilbert Gable, as I mentioned, who as the city's first mayor oversaw its construction, an action that demonstrated the city's commitment to governance. Gable's significance is readily apparent not only as Port Orford's first mayor, but because of his many efforts to improve economic conditions and draw attention to the needs of the residents and communities throughout that region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I will finally take any questions you have.
Questions? Comments?
Thought I'd save comments until we officially go to lead review it, but yeah. I'm not sure if there were really many questions. My knowledge of the town is based solely on having spent 2 weeks there, the second Pacific Northwest Historic Preservation Field School in 1996. But we were out at Cape Blanc almost all the time. So in town, all we had was Philip Dole telling us about fence line and some of the oldest structures. But it was very informative. Thought it went. I suppose in terms of lead review, there were just a couple of suggestions and more or less an observation. One suggestion, it could be done fairly quickly, maybe even in one paragraph, about character defining features. It is a jail, it is rectangular, so it wouldn't be difficult, I think. The observation about the state of Jefferson and having looked into that, all of its manifestations, there's still a Klamath chapter to be written, is that no one talks about it unless economic times are going downhill. It's never a case of, hey, life's great and let's talk about the state of Jefferson. So Gilbert Gable is an interesting character. I thought section 8 was great. It's nicely paced. I found out a lot of his plans for the town. And again, you know, it wasn't until the railroad seemed to be blocked that suddenly the state of Jefferson comes. So, I guess another question was, are there any site plans meeting for the jail or for any of the government buildings?
Not that I'm aware of for the government buildings. We you know, communicate with Rick, we had some back and forth on the availability of what they had at the city, and they just, I think those kind of things, had they existed, were probably burned up in 1958, and even had much. The administration building, which is where Cable had his sort of business offices, and the one photo of him in his office was taken at that administration building, which was, my understanding is that was sort of his business office, but before the jail and the associated civic buildings were sort of compiled back in like 1940, that he sort of ran everything from there, including as mayor, maybe, but that building is pretty much gone also, and there's like a little wing of it left in a chimney. So there's that's why the jail seen as so yeah, there's just not much there, sadly.
I remember staying at a motel and next to it was this remnant, looked like a compass. And it was somehow, the local said, oh, this is connected to Gable. It was one of these sort of aside things because we weren't focused on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That was in the sidewalk, and when they redid the road, that got destroyed.
Oh,
This last summer.
okay. Too bad.
Yep.
There were a couple things I had. One was a question, and one was sort of, you wouldn't call it a difference of opinion, but it's just maybe just a different interpretation of what was going on in Curry County at the time. But the question was about state employees in Curry County, and I thought there had to have been somebody in highway maintenance to have been an employee.
It's possible. That's what Cable would say to people. So I mean, yeah, he was talking about the needs in the county and sort of the feeling generally that the county was neglected, he would say, oh, we don't even have any representation at the state level. No, we're not on any committees, we're not on any employees. It's just sort of this talking point, whether or not, I'm not sure it's really possible to document if there really was all that needs to say.
I know that Gold Beach resisted incorporation for quite a long time and had kind of a reputation. And that Port Orford might have beat them to it. So.
Yeah, and that was what was interesting, was that Port Orford, incorporated before Gold Beach, but the lone representative at state level in that area lived in Gold Beach. But everything that I could find, anytime he's mentioned, he's dealing with his personal business that was along the river. So sort of like he was there and he was all about Gold Beach business and couldn't, even though he theoretically represented a broader swath of the coast. That's why I think cable really rose to more importance in the region, because he was all over the place. He was in Mandan, he was in Coos Bay, he was in Port Orford, he was in Gold Beach, he was in California.
And I think maybe the reason one of the reasons for the jail, you don't have to go very far back and you'll hit this dark time of drinking and driving.
Yeah.
And certain logging towns.
And that's, I touched on that in the nomination. I mentioned that Judge Titchener, jailing a guy who was actually a tourist who was, I think, on a vacation or whatever, and he was sentenced to a year. I don't think he actually served a year, but he was trying to be really harsh, and he was very much like, we gotta, make these roads safer by, locking these people up, and encourage people from drinking and driving.
I know Sam Boardman would talk about a couple of things. One was that there were more state park units in Curry County than any other state. And the second thing was that you could always tell relations with the highway department were not terribly good sometimes, even though they were part of the same park. And you could always, you knew where the state park units were because the highway department would have a gated, or sand or other kinds of things that need stored for winter driving. Anyway, overall, I'd say this is great. I have very few, there's always a couple of things that may or may not merit inclusion. I'd like to hear anybody else's comments.
I didn't really have anything to add. I thought it was really interesting and great nomination. Stamp out state of Jefferson. Keep the economy going now.
I didn't really have anything to add, and I was also curious about whether there were plans for the rest of the city complex for children, but you kind of answered that question, so.
Great. Well, I really actually enjoyed reading this. It's not really in my personal area of specialty or knowledge, but I found the narrative really compelling, and I found specifically some skill in storytelling, which is not always reflected in these narratives. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Also, I wanted to acknowledge the thorough use of the available historical documentation, especially those newspapers. And understanding the fire in 55 and stuff, I wondered if had there been any effort to solicit the community's perspective on the significance of the jail? Had there been jail days here in the city or something? Or oral, again, touching on questions earlier, oral histories that would help provide some community perspective.
Yeah, and I checked in with, that was one of the first things I asked Rick about, and he was very, unfortunately, it's been so long that most of the people who remember it, especially as a working jail, are no longer around, so unless he has something to add to that, if you want.
Well, I know at least two guys that spent the night in there. pre-1965, and probably if I'd have been there in 65, I might have spent a couple of nights in there myself. But they used to, the jail was privately owned for a while. The city sold it after 1965, and then they traded for it and got it back in 2007. But when I moved here, for a number of years, the city would, the 4th of July committee would get the key to the jail and unlock it. And if you didn't buy a badge that celebrated the 4th of July, you would get arrested and taken down to the jail. I got picked up, but I paid them the buck that they wanted for the pin, and they didn't put me in the jail. But there were people that resisted paying the $1 for the pin, and so they put them in the jail for a few minutes and then let them out. And that went on for several years, probably late 70s into the 80s, maybe even 1990 or so.
No, bingo, that's exactly what
I really had that.
And the act, just on top of the.
Yeah, I wonder about the Marshfield Pirates and how long they lasted and whether they were, but the Oregon Haven did. Though it appeared that only one gender wound up in there. Anyway.
Just want to say I'm thrilled to see this. Rick, thank you for advocating to get this moved forward. Val, thank you for picking this up and doing such a wonderful job in writing this nomination. We've talked for years about the need to get this building nominated, but also, any properties from Southwest Oregon. We often said that Southwest Oregon is out of sight, out of mind. There's not enough resources down there to get those properties nominated, and it's important that we take up the mantle where we can. So I'm really, really excited to see this move forward. I have just a couple of little comments regarding the building itself. I think that it would be good to call out the stamp that's on the jail right now. It says, I think it's a city jail, it's stamped on there. That's not original. So clarifying that that's not an original thing. Just clarifying that. I assume that sign, the original sign, was probably lost, but just calling that out. I now want to just take a moment to stand on I think most people will not be surprised to hear me say I do have some concern and would like to see you strengthen your opening statement in the overview of the Port Orford section. There is the first section where you're talking about the establishment of Port Orford. You mention landing party led by William Titchener at the, it says at the Basalt Promontory where they met opposition from the area's I've got two parts to this. So the first piece is the Basalt Promontory there at Port Orford does have a name, Manahesa, also known as Battle Rock today, for the events that followed Titchener's landing party there that lasted 2 weeks and resulted in the death of anywhere between 15 and 25 Quotoma members of that community. The massacre there, I think the language in this nomination needs to be strengthened a little bit to clarify the events that happened there, as it's a critical not only to the founding of Port Orford, but also to the establishment of Oregon itself and how it's functioned today and what happened to the Native people and how the situation is fixed. So I think it's important to acknowledge the importance of that property of Manahesa. If you're going to mention it at all, you could strike that by just not mentioning it and saying, hey, they landed at the beach at what is today Port Orford. But if you do want to mention the Basalt Promontory, call it out for that it is an important place. It is eligible on its own. We never got the listing moved forward, but I would love to see that happen when they do. But it is eligible on its own. So either remove mention or call that out. And I maybe two sentences to really strengthen the statement of what happened at Kitchener's Landing. I want to make sure that we are being clear for everybody who comes after us of what happened on that those 2 weeks and in the months and years and now following that. This, while the history exists in a bunch of different places, kind of piecemealed and shortened out, there's different versions of that history depending on who's writing it. And when this is in such a public and national forum to get this history out into the world, we need to be really clear about the atrocities that have been committed against the people of this land.
Respond.
Yes.
Just if you have a suggestion for a source for that, that'd be awesome, because
I have written the source that I will send to you.
Is that the recent? Has there been an article published recently in Oregon Historical Quarterly, I think?
No, I did not. I wrote a report that went into Oregon SHPA in Aura, and I did a public talk about it, but that was back in 2020. So, but if there's a more recent article, that's cool too.
I believe it was Oregon Historical Quarterly article recently.
Yeah. Well, we'll look them up, but I would recommend. But yeah, so I, on behalf of the Coastal Indian tribe, I was to go there, we wrote a history of that, so I can give you the.
awesome.
Yeah. So that's it for me.
Really good, combination, like everyone else has said, it reads very nicely. He was a very interesting fella, and I think you did a good job of documenting his varied careers over time and the entire country. So like he sort of is emblematic of a lot of people of that time trying to figure out what it is they want to do, how they can make a living. So I think that was really good. Just a couple of small comments. I'd like to see a little more detail on the non-original material, specifically the roof, just call out like, hey, there's pressure treated wood on the sill, OSB, that kind of stuff. That's pretty minor. It's obvious that it's not original, but just be a little more specific for that. And then the other thing, and I don't know if you have this information, but there was some discussion over, it was, the first original jail building in the area. What did they do for people that broke the law before the jail was there? Did they send them to the county jail? Did they contract to another city? So maybe just a couple of sentences of what law enforcement was prior to the construction of the jail would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it's briefly mentioned, I briefly mentioned
maybe
that they went to Gold Beach. Some also went to Cocoa, both were quite a long distance. And then I think it was in 38 that they decided to tear down the Gold Beach jail, and so there wasn't anything there. So if I remember right, what I wrote was that at that point there was a point where in Port Orford they were like, this offense is really minor, we're just not going to bother with it, it's a waste of our money to try to transport these people. So not only were people getting away with stuff, but they were also, they wouldn't get jailed, they wouldn't even have to pay a fine. So having the jail sort of, at least theoretically, gave the impression that they were there to, you could go to jail and could have to pay a fine, so.
Okay, good. And then also I appreciated that you took the time to say in multiple places that this jail is the last and best example of the original infrastructure of Port. So I think that really calls out that, like, we talked a little bit about this yesterday on our tour of the baggage building and this baggage station. Yes, thank you. But before it got renovated, it was listed and it was falling apart. And I think part of there was some public comment of like, why are we listening this, run down ramshackle old building, and it's like, just because it's not pretty doesn't mean that it's not significant. So I think calling out that it's the last best example is important too. And then, just lastly, with the state of Jefferson, my grandfather was, a pilot in the Air Force. And, he was a pilot later in life, and he lived in Dunsmere, California, which would have been part of the state of Jefferson. And he liked to always say that he was a self-appointed colonel in the state of Jefferson Air Force.
Can I just say one thing? When I started writing nominations like 30 years ago and doing Habs hair recordation for a private company, I had a great mentor, and I'll never forget what he told me. He said, you know, these kinds of documents have to be, you know, there's specific connections you have to make and specific things that have to be there. But it doesn't mean they can't be a good story and that they can't be a really good read. And this is a really good read. Nice work.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. I don't know that I have more to add. I've all my life heard about, maybe not all my life, but the state of Jeff. And that it had an association to also the exclusion law. Were a part of that, because when Oregon joined the union, they wanted to join as a white state. So the stories I heard were connected to that more so, and I didn't see that reflected here. So it just makes me want to like learn more about that region, because I have not traveled in those spaces yet, but it's, you know, part of our collective history, and I really appreciate put it together and your support of the folks out there. You got any pictures of you in the jail?
Nope,
Okay.
almost.
Thank you for your time on this.
Sure.
Yeah, you're right. There was a separatist movement that sort of predates what they call the state of Jefferson movement. There was a precursor that they didn't call that. I forget what the name was, or they even had a name, but it goes all the way back to like the 1850s and originated in Jackson County.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. And there's an article that Jeff Land wrote that includes a lot of that story. I didn't put it in here just for the sake of being concise and trying to focus on the jail and
that makes
story.
sense.
You know, so
Yeah,
it's not that it isn't important. And that's why I think it's cited, but
Well, thank you both for your testimony and good discussion. It may be time to vote on a motion, which I have to make. So I'd like to propose that this be recommend that this be sent on to the keeper, whose criteria A and B local significance, with just sort of due consideration for any revisions, as would normally be the case with any. And second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Gwendolyn Trice, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Kathy Rippey, aye.
Shine, aye.
Jacqueline Chen, aye.
Steve Martin. Motion passed. There's only one more motion to make. Okay. Let's won't say, but a motion to adjourn.
No comments other than, because staff has to clean up quickly and be out of the room. If you could assist us by just getting your paperwork turned into Mary and then leaving to the lobby so we can put all the chairs back. Be great.
You get these back, right?
Yeah.
So, the packets that were on your table, when you came in, leave those there. And then if anyone has any notes, either they can share those over to me and we'll email them to me by Monday. Very much appreciated. Knowledge that they're graded and put up these that go on the containers. I want to add just another reminder that the next meeting of the SACHP will be on June 26th and 27th, the fourth. Third as normal. We're not doing that again this week in legislature, in the meeting or on the live stream video.
Do we know where yet?
That will be announced 7 days before the meeting. I'm very.
You don't get insider information.
Private vehicle on the
Yeah.
Previously, it used to be 30 days before. Can't believe that.
Okay, those are all the. Thank you for letting me take a few minutes to talk about today, and thank you so much for your time and sharing your expertise.
Great job, guys.
Okay, back to.
Oh, okay, motion for adjournment.
Second,
Second, okay, roll call.
Gwendolyn Trice, aye.
Matthew Dietrich, aye.
Kathy would be aye.
Shine up.
Evelyn Chung, aye. Sarah Monroe, aye.
I'm Steve Warren, aye. Or, okay.
So Matt's trying to make friends right off the bat there.
Yeah. No, I want to stick around. So much fun.